Welcome to the exclusive event of its kind that's held in the region, the Government of Jamaica Audit Committees Conference 2024. For those joining us for the first time, this annual conference has been a cornerstone of governance for over 17 years and is tailored specifically for audit committees within central government. Prior to 2018, the GOJ Audit Commission, led by former President of the ICAJ, Mr. Leighton McKnight, chaired what was then the Audit Commission, which had oversight for the audit committees and oversaw many successful conferences. In 2018, the responsibilities of the Audit Commission were subsumed into the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service and the Office of the Cabinet. This year's event is particularly significant as it follows the 2023 amendment to the Section 33 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act, which officially granted the Cabinet Secretary the authority to appoint audit committee members. The conference is also being hosted in collaboration with the Cabinet Office. This year's theme is Navigating the Future, Audit Committees as Guardians of Trust in Tomorrow's World, and it captures the evolving role of audit committees in a rapidly changing world and will provide a platform for audit committee members, accounting officers, chief executive officers, and chief audit executives to address key issues facing the corporate world today. This year's conference includes a list of expert professionals who will be presenting on emerging topics in line with today's objectives. The theme emphasizes the evolving role of audit committees as they adapt to technological advancements, regulatory shifts, and the increasing complexity of financial oversight. Today's keynote speaker, Mr. Richard Chambers, is a renowned speaker, past president and CEO of the Institute of Internal Auditors. He will be sharing his insights on the audit committee's effectiveness in the 2020s, key strategies for success. Other speakers include Mr. Stuart Hilton, information systems and audit security expert, who will be speaking on the topic Fostering Audit Agility, Audit Committees as Change Agents. Other topics include Mr. Rory Ebanks, a leader and expert in the field of cybersecurity and information technology, will present on trust in a digital world, what audit committees should know. Mr. David Hall, well-known presenter in the field of enterprise risk management, will be providing insights in the session titled Steering Through Complexity, the Audit Committee's Future in Risk and Compliance. Mr. Bancroft Thomas, the Internal Audit Directorate's Audit Coordinator for Audit Committees, will be providing highlights on the 2023-2024 performance of the audit committees. Last but certainly not least, we will be having Mr. David Mullings, a leader in business excellence, who will be sharing his insights on the topic From Oversight to Insight, Inspiring Confidence in the Audit Committees. On behalf of the Internal Audit Directorate, I would like to express thank you to the Honorable Audrey Sewell, Cabinet Secretary, Ms. Darlene Morrison, Financial Secretary, Mrs. Hope Blake, Deputy Financial Secretary in the Public Expenditure Policy Coordination Division, and Minister and State Minister in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service for demonstrating their support to the GOJ Audit Committees conferences over the years. I would also like to express a big thank you to the members of the Internal Audit Directorate, my hard-working team, for their hard work and dedication. I would also like to use this opportunity to thank you, our valued Audit Committee members, for volunteering your time and expertise to serve on the GOJ Audit Committee. We look forward to you sharing your feedback and ideas during the sessions. Thank you all for attending. To the exclusive event of its kind that's held in the region, the Government of Jamaica Audit Committees Conference 2024. For those joining us for the first time, this annual conference has been a cornerstone of governance for over 17 years and is tailored specifically for audit committees within central government. Prior to 2018, the GOJ Audit Commission, led by former president of the ICAJ, Mr. Leighton McKnight, chaired what was then the Audit Commission, which had oversight for the audit committees and oversaw many successful conferences. In 2018, the responsibilities of the Audit Commission were subsumed into the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service and the Office of the Cabinet. This year's event is particularly significant as it follows the 2023 amendment to the Section 33 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act, which officially granted the Cabinet Secretary the authority to appoint Audit Committee members. The conference is also being hosted in collaboration with the Cabinet Office. This year's theme is Navigating the Future, Audit Committees as Guardians of Trust in Tomorrow's World, and it captures the evolving role of audit committees in a rapidly changing world and will provide a platform for audit committee members, accounting officers, chief executive officers, and chief audit executives to address key issues facing the corporate world today. This year's conference includes a list of expert professionals who will be presenting on emerging topics in line with today's objectives. The theme emphasizes the evolving role of audit committees as they adapt to technological advancements, regulatory shifts, and the increasing complexity of financial oversight. Today's keynote speaker, Mr. Richard Chambers, is a renowned speaker, past president and CEO of the Institute of Internal Auditors. He will be sharing his insights on the audit committee's effectiveness in the 2020s, key strategies for success. Other speakers include Mr. Stuart Hilton, information systems and audit security expert, who will be speaking on the topic Fostering Audit Agility, Audit Committees as Change Agents. Other topics include Mr. Rory Ebanks, a leader and expert in the field of cybersecurity and information technology, will present on trust in a digital world, what audit committees should know. Mr. David Hall, well-known presenter in the field of enterprise risk management, will be providing insights in the session titled Steering Through Complexity, the Audit Committee's Future in Risk and Compliance. Mr. Bancroft Thomas, the Internal Audit Directorate's Audit Coordinator for Audit Committees, will be providing highlights on the 2023-2024 performance of the audit committees. Last but certainly not least, we will be having Mr. David Mullings, a leader in business excellence, who will be sharing his insights on the topic From Oversight to Insight, Inspiring Confidence in the Audit Committees. On behalf of the Internal Audit Directorate, I would like to express thank you to the Honorable Audrey Sewell, Cabinet Secretary, Ms. Darlene Morrison, Financial Secretary, Mrs. Hope Blake, Deputy Financial Secretary in the Public Expenditure Policy Coordination Division, and Minister and State Minister in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service for demonstrating their support to the GOJ Audit Committees conferences over the years. I would also like to express a big thank you to the members of the Internal Audit Directorate, my hardworking team, for their hard work and dedication. I would also like to use this opportunity to thank you, our valued Audit Committee members, for volunteering your time and expertise to serve on the GOJ Audit Committee. We look forward to you sharing your feedback and ideas during the sessions. Thank you all for attending. To the exclusive event of its kind that's held in the region, the Government of Jamaica Audit Committees Conference 2024. For those joining us for the first time, this annual conference has been a cornerstone of governance for over 17 years and is tailored specifically for audit committees within central government. Prior to 2018, the GOJ Audit Commission, led by former president of the ICAJ, Mr. Leighton McKnight, chaired what was then the Audit Commission, which had oversight for the audit committees and oversaw many successful conferences. In 2018, the responsibilities of the Audit Commission were subsumed into the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service and the Office of the Cabinet. This year's event is particularly significant as it follows the 2023 amendment to the Section 33 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act, which officially granted the Cabinet Secretary the authority to appoint Audit Committee members. The conference is also being hosted in collaboration with the Cabinet Office. This year's theme is Navigating the Future, Audit Committees as Guardians of Trust in Tomorrow's World, and it captures the evolving role of audit committees in a rapidly changing world and will provide a platform for audit committee members, accounting officers, chief executive officers, and chief audit executives to address key issues facing the corporate world today. This year's conference includes a list of expert professionals who will be presenting on emerging topics in line with today's objectives. The theme emphasizes the evolving role of audit committees as they adapt to technological advancements, regulatory shifts, and the increasing complexity of financial oversight. Today's keynote speaker, Mr. Richard Chambers, is a renowned speaker, past president and CEO of the Institute of Internal Auditors. He will be sharing his insights on the Audit Committee's effectiveness in the 2020s, key strategies for success. Others.
Wonderful. Minister of Finance and the Public Service, the Honorable Favour Williams, MP. Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, Mr. Wayne Robertson. Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, Ms. Darlene Morrison, CD. Deputy Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, Mistress Hope Blake, Permanent Secretaries, Heads of Departments and Agencies, Keynote Speaker, Mr. Richard F. Chambers, specially invited guests, presenters, audit committee members, chief internal auditors, representatives of the Ministry of Finance and the public sector, ladies and gentlemen, present and online, good morning. Wonderful. So welcome to a beautiful day. Despite us weathering a stormy one sometime this week, I'm sure that we all can agree it's a beautiful day. If we look outside, it's sunshiny and bright. And what makes the day even brighter is that there's so much life bursting in this room. So you're making this day a bright day. So welcome. I am Sherry Ann Ward, and I will be your moderator for today. And I'm delighted to be sharing this space with you at the 2024 staging of the GOJ Audit Committee Conference. So, why are we here today? We're here today to gain insight, expand capacities, enhance skills, and most of all, I don't know if anybody in the room can tell me why we're here today. We're here today to have a little fun. You good with that? Yes. So, I mean, what's learning without a little fun factor to it, all right? So we're not going to be humdrum and boring today. So we're going to learn, we're going to grow, we're going to develop, and guess what? We're going to have a little, say that a little louder for me. Fun. We're going to have a little fun while learning. So to those online, don't worry about it. You won't miss out on the big energy that will be in the room today. We're definitely transmitting that energy to you in the virtual space. So we do have a very compact and enriching program planned for you today. But just before we get into that, I just want you to turn to the person that is next to you and say hi and introduce yourself. Because you're going to be sitting beside them for the rest of it. So let's just get comfortable. Let's just get to know each other and just be okay. Because we're going to be spending another 6 hours together. And yeah. That's right. So I'm sure you know the name of your neighbor. So for the rest of the day, you will have somebody that you can smile and talk with, all right? So at this time, I will invite to the lectern Mistress Suzette Campbell, Senior Director, Internal Audit Directorate in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, and she will be opening with prayer.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You know, in everything we have to give God thanks. All right, so let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we worship you. We give you all the glory and all the praise. We thank you so much, Lord, because you have been good to us. You have been a good, good, good Father. And so, Father God, even as we go through today's proceedings, Lord, we pray your blessing. Mighty God, we invite your blessed Holy Spirit to just come amongst us, Almighty God. Be with all the speakers, presenters, everyone who will be participating and contributing, our minister, cabinet secretary to this event. Father, we pray for those who are on their way. We pray, mighty God, for journeying mercies. We thank you, Lord God, that you are in the midst of this. So, Father God, be it unto us according to your will and according to your way. In your holy and in your precious name we do pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Campbell. At this time, we will have our Minister of Finance and the Public Service, and she will be bringing opening remarks, and she will be followed by Mr. Wayne Robertson. He is the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs. He's representing our Cabinet Secretary, who is unavoidably absent today, but he's standing proxy, and he will be doing the welcome address. So at this time, please receive our Minister. Put your hands together for her.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. All right. Sounds like everyone is awake. I'm going to challenge you today to switch seats and find yourself beside someone from a different ministry. As I walked around the table, everybody sitting together, everybody sitting at the table was mostly from the same ministry, right? Good auditing says you have to shake it up, right? You have to do something different. All right, but let me acknowledge in absentia the Cabinet Secretary, the Honorable Audrey Sewell. I know she will be represented by Mr. Wayne Robinson. Let me acknowledge as well the Financial Secretary, Ms. Darlene Morrison, Deputy Financial Secretary, Mrs. Hope Blake, all permanent secretaries, other distinguished guests, members of the audit committees, esteemed presenters, ladies and gentlemen. It is a delight to be here today at this landmark event, the Government of Jamaica Audit Committees Conference 2024. I understand that this is a one-of-a-kind in the region, and that this annual conference has been happening over 17 years, tailored specifically for audit committees within central government. And I think that deserves a round of applause. I know that over the past 17 years, as a nation, we've seen the oversight of the financial affairs of central government evolve. And I think it has evolved to a more improved place. Would you agree with me that over the years we've evolved in a positive direction? I think so, and I hope that in your experience that is so. This year's event is particularly significant as it follows the 2023 amendment to Section 33 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act, which officially granted the Cabinet Secretary the authority to appoint audit committee members. The theme of this year's conference is Navigating the Future, Audit Committees as Guardians of Trust in Tomorrow's World. And in my estimation, this theme highlights the essential role that audit committees play not only in ensuring sound financial oversight, but also in upholding the highest standards of integrity and adding value. These are the tenets of an outcome of Jamaica's Vision 2030, which is to achieve effective governance. In navigating the future as guardians of trust, audit committees must keep in view the responsibility and contribution of each government entity to Jamaica's Vision 2030. I believe that the higher the level of understanding that audit committees have of the organization's input in the medium-term socioeconomic policy framework, which is the main mechanism for advancing the implementation of Vision 2030 Jamaica National Development Plan, the faster we'll get to achieving the goals. As audit committee members, we rely on you to understand the potential risks associated with your organization and their link to the medium-term socio-economic policy framework. As audit committees, you are uniquely positioned to provide strategic insight and foster continuous improvement within these organizations. By enhancing your oversight of areas such as risk management, internal controls, financial reporting, and corporate governance, you ensure that entities across the public sector are not merely reactive, but proactive in addressing challenges and seizing opportunities geared towards the successful implementation of the government's programs that are aimed at benefiting all Jamaicans. As guardians of trust, you will agree that integrity is equally important in the achievement of Jamaica's vision. Without integrity, trust is eroded, and once trust is lost, it is incredibly difficult to rebuild. Maintaining integrity within governance structures is essential to ensuring that public confidence in institutions remains strong. I am sure I'm not telling you anything new when I say that audit committees serve as the gatekeepers of this trust, ensuring that organizations act ethically and transparently. The 2023 amendment to the Financial Administration and Audit Act underscores the critical role that you play in maintaining this trust. To further elevate the impact of audit committee members, the government will accelerate its deployment of technology in auditing by leveraging artificial intelligence, or AI for short, to improve efficiency, accuracy, and insights into the organizational, financial, and operational landscape. I know many persons are familiar with the term artificial intelligence, and you hear it repeated several times, but I'm going to give you some concrete ways that can help in auditing. So it can be used to be predictive. It can identify trends and patterns in financial data that may signal potential risks or fraud. AI can be used to identify unusual transactions or deviations from established financial patterns, flagging them for review before they lead to significant issues. And I'm sure that audit committees could use AI to automate the analysis of large volumes of financial and operational data, thus allowing you to perform deeper reviews without requiring intensive manual work. And lastly, AI tools can help to model various financial scenarios based on historical data and market trends, allowing audit committees to better understand potential risks and impact on future financial health. And those are just a few of the examples. I'm sure once we get deeper into it, there will be just more capabilities. And I think there may be a presenter here today that will be going into greater depth. So in a rapidly changing technological landscape, the government must ensure that audit committees stay at the forefront of innovation so that audit committees can better anticipate and help to mitigate emerging threats, enhance the efficiency and transparency of the public purse. Additionally, at the core of an audit committee's role is the responsibility to ensure the accuracy and integrity of financial statements in whatever form they are. This responsibility is essential in the public sector as we are accountable to the general public for our financial stewardship. Audit committees must remain an unwavering focus, must maintain an unwavering focus on financial oversight, verifying that all statements are timely, current, and accurately represented. By ensuring that financial reporting aligns with regulatory standards and reflect true organizational performance, audit committees uphold the public sector's commitment to financial integrity. And this diligence fosters trust among stakeholders and strengthens the credibility of public institutions. And so after all of that, if your oversight of the financial areas is not enough work for you, here comes the ESGs, environmental, social, and governance factors. I don't know how many of you have that just yet embedded. Show of hands, if you do. None in government yet. I know private sector companies. I've seen audit reports, I've seen financial reports, and they have a couple of pages talking about their environmental, social, and governance audit that has been done. And it's going to become real for us in the years ahead. So I want to alert you to it. So let me conclude by saying audit committees play a critical role in promoting a culture of ethical behavior and accountability throughout the various organizations to which you are attached. Upholding these principles is essential to maintaining public trust and achieving long-term success. Through ethical leadership, audit committees help create a transparent environment where decisions are made with integrity, further reinforcing the credibility and reliability of the public sector. Finally, open and transparent communication with management and internal audit, if you are the external committee, for the swift identification and resolution of issues, contributes to a governance framework that is resilient, transparent, and responsive. By enhancing collaboration within and across departments, we strengthen public sector accountability, ultimately benefiting citizens through more effective service delivery. So as you reflect on these areas throughout the conference, I encourage you to think about how you can further add value to your organizations while upholding the pillars of integrity and transparency. These qualities are not only critical to the success of individual MDAs, but essential for fostering public trust and delivering impactful governance within the public service. So let me say thank you for your dedication and commitment to the public good. I wish you a fruitful and insightful conference, and I will stay for as long as I can to hear some of the presentations. But I want you to know that I know that the work that you do in your various ministries, it is hard work, it's time-consuming work. It is not work that people generally pat you on the back for, because sometimes you're uncovering things they don't want to be uncovered. But I want to implore you to continue to do your jobs as effectively as you can, because at the end of the day, you can walk away with a sense of satisfaction about the job that you're doing. whether it's recognized or not recognized. But I know that the people of Jamaica, thank you for doing your job. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for those motivating remarks. And I realize that the auditors in this room, you have big shoes to fill and big hats to wear. But as you do so with excellence and you do so with purpose. You are important. Can you just reaffirm yourselves? I am important. And I play an important role. Yes, you are. So the conference today is being hosted by the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service in collaboration with the Office of the Cabinet. And we have here today Mr. Wayne Robertson, and he is representing the Honorable Audrey Sewell, who is our Cabinet Secretary, and he will be bringing our official welcome address. Please receive him at this time.
Thank you so much. Honorable Favour Williams, MP, Minister of Finance and the Public Service, newly minted, first woman in history to so do, and we congratulate her on this momentous appointment. Ms. Darlene Morrison, CD, Financial Secretary, Mr. Richard F. Chambers, founder and practice leader of Richard F. Chambers and Associates, Ms. Suzette Campbell, JP, Senior Director, Internal Audit Directorate, and other members of the Internal Audit Directorate who are gathered here and who have joined online, Audit Committee members, other distinguished guests, members of the media, and most importantly, those who have joined virtually. We haven't forgotten you. Top of the morning, I greet you all very well. Not hearing you? Thank you. On behalf of the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Audrey V. Sewell, who is unavoidably absent this morning, I am deeply honored to welcome you on her behalf to all of you to this 2024 Internal Audit Conference. Let us pause, however, to thank the Almighty for the mercies extended to us, both individually and collectively as a nation, during the recent passage of Tropical Storm Raphael, which is now a hurricane, right? And please, just say a word of prayer for our colleagues in Cuba. As Psalms 136 reminds us, "Oh, give thanks unto the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever." Let us also keep in our thoughts and prayers the families of the persons who were deeply affected by the passage of the tropical storm. Most importantly, our most vulnerable, farmers and others. And also bear in mind that there are still persons recovering from the effects of Hurricane Beryl across the island. The theme of this year's conference, Navigating the Future, Audit Committees as Guardians of Trust in Tomorrow's Field, is both timely and critical, and highlights the importance of a proactive approach in response to the dynamic global environment in which we currently operate. Businesses, as we know them, are changing on a daily basis. The familiar boundaries are being eroded by advancements in various forms of artificial intelligence. Minister would have alluded to that. Changes in global regulations and compliance requirements, increased demands and reliance on data, increased digitalization also, practically every sector, and global warming considerations. These changes, coupled with the government's commitment to realize a transformed public service to better respond to the needs of the public redefines the risks we face, and thus places a greater expectation on auditors that extends beyond the role of custodians of compliance and oversight. As the old adage states, to whom much is given, much is expected. The guardianship of trust is no small feat, and it requires courage, vision, and enduring devotion. Being a guardian means anticipating emerging risks and building resilience that can withstand an array of challenges that range from cyber threats to climate impacts, regulatory changes, and social expectations. And as custodians of trust, auditors are expected to strengthen stakeholder confidence, but at the same time managing risks, very importantly, and promote transparency, accountability, and very importantly, ethical practices. The role and efforts of the government in continuing to bolster the foundation upon which audit committees operate should be commended, evidenced by increased regulatory frameworks, revised policies and procedures. The government has demonstrated its commitment to transparency and accountability. And we note the various changes, the legislative framework, the various changes in our policy framework to strengthen this area. Notably, the Financial Administration and Audit Act, Amendment Number 2, 2023. We also note the Audit Committee Performance Evaluation Guideline, and of course, improvements within the landscape of public procurement with the promulgation of the Public Procurement Act 2018, among others. It is the wish of our Cabinet Secretary, who really wanted to be here, and Chair of the Permanent Secretaries Board, to reaffirm her support to the audit committees, including the support of the wider Permanent Secretaries Board. We deeply value the role of the auditors and the role they play, most importantly, in identifying areas of improvement, being the eyes and ears of permanent secretaries, being the watchdog to ensure good governance and the highest level of ethical principles. So we deeply value the role of the audit committees and auditors in general. On behalf of the Cabinet Secretary, I'm pleased to report that as permanent secretaries, we are not waiting passively for these findings that come up in reports often to take action, but we need to be proactive. While we welcome the audit reports, the findings to take corrective measures, because auditing should be about more so about improving systems, working with the entities to ensure that they have strong systems and they are adhering to the systems, the relevant policies and procedures and rules in general. But not just a slap on the wrist and say, I catch you, you made an error here. I catch you, we're going to publish this. But it is to work with them to ensure that we mitigate the risks. The board has been taking a proactive approach to enhancing compliance, efficiency, and accountability across the public service. And recently, the Permanent Secretaries Board, headed by the Cabinet Secretary, convened an unprecedented board retreat that brought together not only board members, but also key technical staff across the ministries. And this inclusive approach enabled us to deepen our understanding of the challenges and level of intervention that is required. We are currently in the process of launching a series of targeted training interventions for our technical staff with programs designed to equip our human resource practitioners, information and communication technology personnel, accounting technicians, and procurement officers, as well as other officers, with the required knowledge, and skills that will allow them to be effective and efficient at what they do. This opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, is being used to extend profound appreciation to the Internal Audit Directorate and the Audit Committee members who have served over the period 2023-2024, as well as those who have been appointed most recently. Your willingness to serve is greatly appreciated by the Cabinet Secretary and the Permanent Secretaries Board in general. And we are looking forward to the new perspectives and insight that you will bring as we work to realize greater accomplishments. The tireless efforts of our audit committees in ensuring accuracy, completeness, transparency, good governance, highest levels of ethical principles is certainly something that we have taken note of. There have been noticeable improvement, I should add, in the submission of annual reports across ministries, departments, and agencies. Notwithstanding the progress made, there are still changes that need to be addressed, and the permanent secretaries have been mandated to work with their portfolio agencies to submit all outstanding reports. I am happy to report that that is being addressed, and ensure that future reports are, of course, submitted in a timely manner. A collaborative effort, ladies and gentlemen, is essential to change a culture of non-compliance to a culture which prioritizes excellence in all that we do, including accountability and continuous improvement. The Japanese calls it kaizen, for the benefits of the citizens who we all serve. Never lose sight of that. Thus, the board remains steadfast in supporting the auditors and the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service under the leadership of the first female Minister of Finance in Jamaica and the Financial Secretary, Ms. Darlene Morrison, and her team, in strengthening the accounting and audit practices and enhancing financial transparency to support the government's economic reform program, as well as engendering greater confidence amongst current and potential investors. In navigating the future, audit committees must embrace continuous learning and adaptation. Indeed, today's conference is a great initiative that ensures that audit committees remain adaptable and stay informed of the latest developments. The topics to be discussed will equip the auditors with the required knowledge and skills to enable them to embrace the role of trusted audit advisors with the responsibility of guiding our organizations confidently into the future. In closing, I pray the blessings of the Lord over today's proceedings and that it will be successful and fulfilling. And I look forward, on behalf of the Permanent Secretaries Board, to even greater collaboration with the audit committees. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Robertson. And so at this time, as we move along with our program, we will be having the Financial Secretary's address, and this will be done by the woman herself, Ms. Darlene Morrison, CD, Financial Secretary. Could you put your hands together for her?
Good morning. Minister of Finance and the Public Service, Honorable Favour Williams, Mr. Wayne Robertson, representing the Cabinet Secretary, heads of ministries, departments, and agencies, audit committee chairpersons and members, guest speaker, Mr. Richard Chambers, former CEO of the Institute of Internal Auditors, Mrs. Sherry-Ann Ward, our moderator for today, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to another annual Audit Committee Conference, which brings together volunteers who serve on the Government of Jamaica audit committees within the central government. I believe that the spirit of volunteerism is vital to a strong civil society, and each individual who chooses to serve on a Government of Jamaica audit committee to share their skills and talents and the giving of their time to address the matters of government deserves commendation. The Government of Jamaica Audit Committee Conference is a significant event in which the Ministry of Finance and Public Service has invested over the years. This year's theme, Navigating the Future, Guardians of Trust in Tomorrow's World, brings into focus the importance of the Audit Committee's role in the governance structure and as overseers of the internal audit function. As guardians of trust, audit committees have committed to upholding the principles of governance, including accountability, transparency, integrity, collectively as a committee, as well as in the organization that they serve. The demands on audit committees have increased and continue to expand. In our present business environment, that expansion is marked by complexities in technology, increased regulatory requirements, mandatory compliance in data privacy and security, and digital transformation of government processes and services. There is no doubt that the audit committee's role has evolved. Therefore, each audit committee member must remain motivated and committed and must have a compelling sense of responsibility and integrity as you navigate the complexities of the changing business environment. To put this in a financial context, if one were to visit the Ministry of Finance and Public Services website, there's a very useful guide published by the ministry called the Citations Guide to the 2020 Citizens Guide to the 2024-25 budget. In the guide, there is information on the $850 billion, a substantial sum that comprises non-debt recurrent and capital expenditure that the government proposed to spend during the fiscal year 2024-25. Included in the guide is a section that shows where that money will be spent by entity, programs, and projects. Chairmen and members of the audit committees are encouraged to read the guide because the organizations that you serve represent these entities, programs, and projects that will be executing the strategic objectives of this year's budget. As guardians of trust, your priority should be to determine how you can add value and contribute to the quality, effectiveness, integrity, and efficiency of the outcomes of these strategic objectives to build stakeholders' trust in government processes. This will require a full understanding of the entity's strategic objectives and the risks that relate to them. As guardians of trust, it is the audit committee's duty, through their financial oversight responsibilities, to promote accuracy and truth in financial reporting, to challenge the narratives that undermine trust, and to advocate for strong ethical principles within the organization. It is the audit committee's duty as guardians to be proactive and forward-thinking by seeking to understand the risk and, most importantly, to assess the adequacy of the mechanisms established to monitor those risks that can negatively affect the achievement of the outcomes. One of the reliable means of determining how well the organization is addressing risk exposures is the effectiveness of management response to audit queries. It has been noted from the audit committee's reports received that there has been consistent improvement in this metric, with 52% reported in the year 2023-24, up from 45% in 2022-23, and 20% in 2021-22. While there are committees that have reported a deterioration in the management's responsiveness to audit queries in some MDAs, the 52% in the year 23-24 reflects an overall improvement year on year. Notwithstanding, there is much more that needs to be done to improve this matrix, And in order to see any marked improvement in this fiscal year, 2024-25, there must be increased engagement with senior management and collaboration with respective heads of entities. As guardians of trust, I encourage every chairman to ensure that the matter of management responses is on every audit committee's meeting agenda, so that it is monitored for every entity. Ladies and gentlemen, information is of paramount importance to good governance. Of course, in navigating the future, audit committees are unable to fulfill their role as guardians of trust in tomorrow's world if they are not armed with the relevant information that points to the risks that can potentially erode trust and widen the trust gap. For example, reports of misappropriation of funds, misuse of data, ethical misconduct, procurement irregularities, and failure to align priorities with budgetary allocations can undermine trust across our society as a whole and also internationally. It is therefore imperative that internal audit conducts audits that can detect the aforementioned risk and are future focused on risk associated with technological advances and the changing business environment, and also provide the committees with relevant and timely information that will allow them to be effective in their oversight responsibilities and, where necessary, escalate matters that have the potential to negatively impact and erode confidence in the quality, integrity, and effectiveness of our governance systems. Ladies and gentlemen, the sessions today will provide useful insights that can undoubtedly assist in determining how we can enhance our individual and collective support to the internal audit function, and by extension, the organization that we serve. I commend the Internal Audit Directorate for the diligent execution of the mandate of providing timely and relevant training to the audit committees. To all the presenters who have devoted their time and expertise to the success of this conference, your contributions are valued and appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, thank you for your dedication and service to the Government of Jamaica Audit Committees.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison. And at this time, we're going to be having our keynote address. And before I introduce the keynote speaker, I want to tell you and urge you as well that I want you to listen keenly. Okay? What did I say? Keenly. Right, because I have some prizes and surprises for you. I won't tell you when I'll give them to you, but I want you to listen keenly. Make your notes. We are here to learn. As Mr. Robertson said earlier, that we must embrace continuous learning, and we should also learn to adapt, right? So we are here today to learn, and I want you to listen keenly. And our keynote speaker, Mr. Richard F. Chambers, will be coming to us from the virtual space. His topic this morning will cover audit committee effectiveness in the 2020s, key strategies for success. He is the founder and chief practice leader of Richard F. Chambers and Associates, and serves as senior advisor, risk and audit for Audit Board, the leading cloud-based platform transforming how enterprises manage risk. Chambers also serves as the overseas dean of China's Nanjing Audit University and chairman of UNICEF's Audit Advisory Committee. Prior to his retirement in 2021, Chambers served for more than 12 years as president and CEO of the Institute of Internal Auditors, IIA, the global professional association and standard-setting body for internal auditors. He has more than 4 decades of internal audit experience, including service as national practice leader in Internal Audit Advisory Services at PwC, Inspector General of the U.S. Tennessee Valley Authority, Deputy Inspector General of the U.S. Postal Service, and Director of the U.S. Army Worldwide Internal Review Organization at the Pentagon. Chambers is a globally recognized and award-winning blogger and author, writing The Speed of Risk, Lessons Learned on the Audit Trail, 3rd edition, 2024, Trusted Advisors, Key Attributes of Outstanding Internal Auditors, 2nd edition, 2024, Agents of Change, Internal Auditors in the Era of Permacrisis, 2nd edition, 2024, and the best-selling Connected Risk, Conquering the Perilous Risk, Exposure Gap, released in October 2024. Government of Jamaica Audit Committees Conference 2024. Please receive our keynote speaker, Mr. Richard Chambers.
Well, good morning to everyone in Jamaica. I wish I could be there with you in person, but I'm not too far away. I live in Florida, and I reserve the opportunity to come and visit your beautiful island in the future. I have never had the chance to come, even in those 12 years that I led the I Global. I didn't have a chance to visit Jamaica. I think I've been in 87 countries around the world, but I haven't even been to the neighbor to the south. So I look forward to that someday in the future. I really was really gratified at this invitation to be a part of the program today. I know that you have the choice of many excellent speakers, and so the invitation for me to speak about a topic that I have been speaking about throughout the year, and that is audit committees and how they can be more effective. I have sort of inadvertently become one of the champions for audit committee effectiveness around the world in the last couple of years, because I'm not sure there are a lot of other people speaking out on a global basis about the challenges and risks that audit committees face. So just this year, I have delivered presentations to audit committees here in the US, in Africa, and in the Middle East. And it's truly an honor to be able to present this to you here today. So with that said, let me cue up my presentation here and set it up so that we can get started. And the title pretty much describes it all. We're going to talk a little bit about, I'm not sure what happened to, there it is. We're going to talk a little bit about what does it take for audit committees to be effective in an era that has an unprecedented amount of uncertainty and disruption. And of course, audit committees, as we know, are charged. I was thinking about it a while ago when the earlier speakers were talking about that internal auditors are the guardians of trust. I thought, well, what is the audit committee? And I think it is the keeper of trust. So if we are doing our job as internal auditors, we will enable the audit committees, and I know many of you are members and chairmen of audit committees, we will enable you to keep the trust. And that is what is so vital to our systems of governance, of government, to our capital market systems. It is to foster and maintain the trust of those to whom we are indebted and to whom we serve. So let's get started with today's session. Trying to figure out how I advance my slides here. Okay. Okay. So now I've gone too far. There we go. Okay, so my agenda for this morning's session, I want to talk a little bit about expectations for audit committees and why they have continued to rise in recent years and how in many ways they've never been higher. I want to talk about some of the common challenges that are facing audit committees, no matter where they are serving organizations around the world. And then we'll talk about what are audit committee priorities in 2024 and what are some of the key strategies for success for audit committees going forward. So let's start right up front by talking about the fact that audit committees are under a lot of scrutiny. This has really been a case where the expectations and the scrutiny for audit committees have been rising for much of this century. It really, in some ways, is rooted in the very early days of the 21st century, in 2000 to 2004, when there were so many global financial reporting frauds, big companies. Many of you may be too young to remember, but these big companies like WorldCom and Enron in the United States and Parmalat in Europe and others around the world, Steinhoff in South Africa, these were companies who had generated extraordinary resources and great trust, and investors put their trust in those companies, and yet they lost, in many cases, those investors lost everything because of financial reporting frauds. And then the question became, well, where was the audit committee? Why did the board and the audit committee not see this level of fraud and corruption that was taking place right under their very nose? So I think it starts by recognizing that was the moment at which the audit committee, the expectations on audit committees to do their job became so much more critical. And so if we look at what is the audit committee's role today, it is really to ensure that management in the organization has established the appropriate and robust internal control and risk management systems, process, and procedures. Those words come from a board and audit committee charter for a big bank that I spoke to earlier this year in Africa, but I think they're so appropriate really for organizations around the world. I think you can expect that in many organizations, audit committees are expected to review the internal control structure, including the financial control, the accounting systems, and the reporting. They have a very critical responsibility to interact and engage with and oversee the work of internal audit functions, as well as liaise with the external auditors. They have a responsibility to monitor compliance with the legal and regulatory requirements of the entity for which they have oversight responsibilities. And of course, they have to monitor compliance with the company or the entity's code of conduct. And if there have been things that we've continued to see surprise audit committees in recent years, it isn't so much the financial reporting fraud, it's the soft controls in an organization that audit committees have missed red flags on, and internal auditors perhaps have not been waving those red flags. Things like the organization's ethical culture and culture in general. So audit committees are still under a lot of scrutiny. Certainly, I think they've done a better job in the last decade or maybe longer in terms of making sure that there isn't a lot of dereliction and financial reporting conduct on the part of the company, but there's still a lot of scrutiny as to why audit committees are surprised when certain things happen in a company. I think the expectations for audit committees are continuing to rise as organizations face even greater risk and uncertainty. So audit committees now, in addition to those sort of traditional responsibilities that I just shared with you, the audit committees are expected to have an oversight role in making sure that the organization has identifying new and emerging risks. This whole concept of emerging risk. I live on the ocean here in Florida, just as many of you do, I'm sure, in Jamaica. And I often use the analogy when I'm speaking to audiences about where I live and how emerging risks can approach so rapidly. So I can walk out on my beach here behind my home in the middle of the summer, and I can look out in the distance, and I see a deep blue sea and blue skies and no clouds, and it's very calm. And in my mind, if that's all I wanted to look at, I would assume I have no risk. But what I don't see is maybe 300 miles beyond the horizon is a Category 3 or Category 4 hurricane churning directly at me with devastating, destructive forces. And by the time I see it, it's too late to respond. So when it comes to emerging risks, I think we have to start thinking in our organizations and in the companies we serve. And audit committees need to be wired to think about it too. An emerging risk in the 2020s can approach so rapidly, you don't have time to prepare for it. That's why we have to become more adept at identifying emerging risks that lie beyond the horizon. The kinds of risks that audit committees are expected to have a greater sense of understanding of are things like risk management itself, cybersecurity, and now we're getting into areas, these technical and technology risks that a lot of audit committees are not equipped to really understand. Audit committees members are often from my generation. They're often much older. I certainly have hopefully kept my skills sharp when it comes to certain technology. But a lot of audit committee members came from an era where technology risks were not so critical. So they have to force their way of thinking to recognizing what these technology risks can do, things like cybersecurity and more recently AI. What are the potential threats that these risks can provide? If they can understand that, then they can ensure that the organization is identifying them and is reporting them and having conversation around them. The more traditional things are still there, things like regulatory compliance. But now, as one of our previous speakers touched on this morning, we're dealing with regulatory risks that maybe don't resemble those of the past. We're talking about ESG regulatory risks. We're talking about cybersecurity regulatory risk, and increasingly artificial intelligence regulatory risks as more and more regulations around the use of AI are being adopted by governments and regulators. Ethics programs, ESG issues. Think about that list. Everything from the risk management down to AI governance and risk management. And when we're saying risk management, we're talking about managing of the AI and governance risks. If you think about that list, those are not traditional concerns of audit committees, and yet they often can be incredibly destructive in terms of what they do to organizations. If a risk comes to fruition in that list, it can destroy the value of an organization almost overnight. And so audit committees are expected to have their eye on those risks as well. There's an expectation that the audit committees themselves are independent, that they have they're independent in both fact and appearance. And yet increasingly what I see, particularly in the corporate sector, and I can't speak to the practices there in Jamaica, but all too often I see audit committee members who are made up of individuals who maybe had a prior relationship with the CEO. So either the CEO helped pick them or they pick the CEO. And that creates an almost an immediate appearance that maybe there's not that arm's length distance between the audit committee and the CEO and maybe the CFO and others in the organization. And that's why that's why the audit committee has to double down to ensure its independence. And I'll come back to some of the strategies for that later on. The expertise, as we see from those things above, there is a rising expectation that audit committees have vast expertise. And yet, how can they? I mean, there are too many risks that organizations face. We can't be, if we're on an audit committee, and I chair an audit committee in the UN system, I chair the audit committee of UNICEF. There's no way that me or the members of my audit committee can be experts on every risk that UNICEF may face. But there's an expectation nonetheless that we're not going to let things fall through the crack. And then finally, there's an increased expectation that audit committee members are courageous and have the integrity to do their job. So what are some of the challenges facing audit committees? I think if I look at this decade, and I'm going to be writing and publishing some articles in the coming days about what are the lessons we've learned in the first half of the 2020s. For me, the first half of the 2020s have been an incredibly instructive period for all of us about how dynamic risks are. The traditional view of risk management, the traditional model by which we manage risks, is obsolete, because what we've seen starting from the beginning of this decade with COVID through macroeconomic and geopolitical conflicts and uncertainty from weather events and everything else, we're living through an era where what I refer to it as permacrisis. We seem to be in a permanent state of crisis, and so how you manage risk in this era has changed very much. My newest book that just came out 2 weeks ago is focused on the notion that we have to fundamentally alter how we practice risk management in organizations, and we have to become much more connected and collaborative across the organization to manage risks. But the challenges facing the audit committee is identifying and meeting the rising expectations and the regulatory change that's impacting the audit committee itself. So the first challenge, I think, is being able to measure up to the list of expectations that I shared on that previous slide. Acquiring and maintaining the expertise that they need for these specialized risks. If the average age of your audit committee is 60 or 70 years old, it's more difficult for those of us in that age group, and I count myself in that age group certainly. It's more difficult for us to have the kind of instinctive knowledge around technology. We didn't grow up with it. We have to acquire it. So that's a challenge, I think, for audit committee members in this day and age. Achieving the right diversity. We find that around the world, audit committees struggle to achieve the kind of diversity that they need, because if everyone looks alike, thinks alike, eats alike, walks alike, there's no one on the audit committee to bring in a different perspective, a different point of view. So diversity is very critical. And of course, I've already touched on this idea of identifying emerging risks. That to me is paramount among the challenges that audit committees face today, is knowing not just what risks the organizations face now, but what risk might my organization that I serve on the audit committee of face next year or in 2 years. Maintaining a continuous focus on risk. This continuous risk monitoring is vital to survival in the 2020s, because as we've already said, in the era of permacrisis, the velocity with which risks emerge very, very rapidly, and the volatility, very unpredictable. You think about the big risk-induced disruptive events of the first 5 years, many of them have nothing in common. You know, COVID has nothing in common with war in Europe. War in Europe has really nothing in common with war in the Middle East. And yet all of these things are fueling other risks like inflation, global economic instability. All of this risk velocity, risk volatility makes it very, very difficult for organizations to manage and monitor. That's why there needs to be some continuous focus on risk. And then I think the other challenge, and it's back to what I spoke to a few minutes ago, is the need to avoid positive bias and maintain their skepticism. By positive bias, what I'm talking about is if I'm on an audit committee and we collectively, as part of the board, the audit committee, of course, being part of the board, go through a search and pick a new CEO, I think we have to maintain our objectivity around that CEO. Just because maybe we liked them, we hired them, we trust them, we believe in them, doesn't mean that I don't ask tough questions. It doesn't mean that I don't verify the things that I'm told. So I think those are all challenges facing audit committees. What's on the audit committee's agenda for this year? Well, there are a lot of things that audit committees are focused on. One place that I get my list is the annual global view from the C-suite report. And don't be misled. The C-suite also includes, in terms of how it's surveyed, audit committees. But audit committee and executives of companies around the world told an annual survey study, a research study that was led by Protiviti and a big university's risk management research team, that these are their top risks that their organizations are facing in 2024. Economic conditions, including inflationary pressures, constraints, some growth opportunities. Again, this was almost a year ago. We're getting ready to get the 2025 report, but I think you're still going to see economic conditions near the top of the list. The ability to attract and develop and retain talent. This has been an incredible challenge for the first half of the 2020s as we went through COVID first, and then the great resignation, a lot of people changing jobs after COVID. And of course, new technologies make it harder to get the right expertise. So talent management is the number 2 risks that organizations are facing around the world. Cyber threats come in third. We see what happens when there is some attack, when there is a breach. And so that is rightly, I think, in that top 5. Third-party risks, and I think you could even expand that to nth-party risks, because now we're starting to discover that even if we manage our third parties' risks, those third parties have other third parties. They have their own third parties. The big Microsoft CrowdStrike debacle from a couple of months back is a perfect example. A lot of companies had very heavily relied on Microsoft systems. Microsoft in turn relied on CrowdStrike to help with some of the security of those systems, and so CrowdStrike, it wasn't breached. They just had they deployed some ineffective code, and it just started to shut everything down. So it really wasn't even our third party. If I'm a big airline or a big hospital or whoever might have been impacted, it wasn't even my third party's fault. It was their third party's fault. So we have, I think, greater risk from the interconnected nature of the business world than perhaps we've ever seen in the past. Heightened regulatory changes and scrutiny is the 5th biggest risk organizations face. Adoption of digital technologies requiring new skills is in short supply. That's number 6 on the list for the C-suite and the board. And finally, existing operations and legacy IT infrastructure not able to meet performance expectations. So that, my friends, those are the things that organizations face in terms of risks. We asked in a recent survey that I'm getting ready to release a report in a few days, we asked audit executives what risks do they think their organizations face for 2025, and it doesn't vary very much from what you see there. So what are audit committees focused on? So a report that came out earlier this year asked audit committees, what are your priorities? What are the things you're focused on in the year ahead? And this is the top 8. Cybersecurity, number 1. Audit committees see that as a very important risk. And again, keep in mind, you see the list here. It isn't fully financial. A lot of people are of the illusion that audit committees are only concerned about financial reporting risks. And those are the audit committees, the ones who do focus only on financial reporting risks, are the ones that are often very surprised when there's some other calamity or catastrophe in the company they oversee. Enterprise risk management, being able to understand how risks are managed in the organization, audit committees have that on their agenda. The caliber of finance and internal audit talent. This one I was pleased to see. I think this report came out of KPMG. I was pleased to see that audit committees are concerned about internal audit talent, because those of us in internal audit are concerned about internal audit talent. And it's not that we can't find people who can do internal audits, it's that it's difficult and becoming increasingly difficult to find internal auditors with the expertise in some of the risks that we've been talking about. compliance with laws and regulations, finance transformation, environmental, social, and governance reporting, which we heard about a little earlier, AI governance, and data privacy. So those are the top 8 items on audit committee agendas this year. I would encourage you, if you chair an audit committee or if you're the chief audit executive and you advise an audit committee, take a look at that list and make sure that if those items are not on the audit committee's agenda, you understand why. Maybe the audit committee, maybe there's a risk committee, and if your board has a risk committee, maybe the enterprise risk management is on their agenda. But it better be on someone's agenda, because there is way too much uncertainty being generated right now by the risk environment that we're operating in. So what are some key strategies then? Okay, we've talked about the environment we're operating in. We've talked about the expectations that are facing audit committees. So what are some strategies for success? Well, this report that came out of Deloitte a little earlier this year asked audit committee members, what are some things that could be done within the audit committee that would help a lot? And then what are some things that could be done that wouldn't help much? They gave them a list, basically asking them to rank, are these things that would help a lot, or are these things that wouldn't help much? So the things that would help a lot, increased member discussion and engagement during meetings. Let's be honest, audit committee members are no different from anyone else. I've served on a number of audit committees, I've chaired audit committees, and I would tell you that just because someone is on the audit committee doesn't mean that they're all that engaged. Sometimes they maybe they get busy, they don't have time to read the materials ahead of time. Maybe some people are naturally quiet on the audit committee, they don't speak up. So increased member discussion and engagement during meetings would help a lot in terms of improving audit committee effectiveness. Improving the quality of the pre-read materials would help a lot. And by that, I think what we're talking about is getting the materials that you send ahead to the audit committee, and I'm talking to you now, internal auditors and others. Make sure you're sending them the right information and giving them the right amount of time to digest it. What happens too often, and I've been on both sides of it, I've been on the internal audit side and I've been on the audit committee side. What happens too often is that internal audit rushes around right near the time the audit committee is going to occur. They issue us a lot of reports so that they can go in and talk to the audit committee about something, and then they include way too much information in the audit committee pre-read materials. And oh, by the way, it doesn't get there till about 4 days before the audit committee, and that frustrates everyone. So improve the quality and timeliness of pre-read materials would help a lot. Improving the quality of presentations during the meetings would help a lot. I have another presentation that I deliver to audit committees and to chief audit executives talking about how internal audit can improve its relationship with the audit committee and vice versa. And I went and talked to about 15 audit committee chairmen and got the information to help put that presentation together. And there was some highly critical commentary about chief audit executives. And one of the things that I heard, and I didn't hear it all from everyone, only a couple, but they said that the audit committee said that the chief auditor, the head of internal audit, just isn't a very good presenter. They show up and read their slides and don't know what went on in the audits. I'm here to tell you, if you are going to brief the audit committee, if you're a chief audit executive, you're going to brief the audit committee on the results of an audit. If you don't have the knowledge, the deep knowledge of that audit, you need to take along the person who led it so that they can be there to help you present the results of that briefing. Some things that wouldn't help much: improving the quality of member advanced meeting preparation. Look, I don't know why that came out and not increasing a lot, because I will tell you that audit committees that I've served on and chaired, we had some members who just didn't prepare before the meeting. and of course they're flipping around in the papers and having a difficult time figuring out where is the background material and the things that are being discussed. Improving the management of the meeting agenda. Well, again, I think that might help. Maybe it doesn't help as much as the things on the top. Increasing the length of the meetings, increasing the number of meetings. I don't think audit committee members are too excited about either of those options. Some of the additional strategies that would help enhance audit committee effectiveness. Number one, ensure the members of the audit committee possess the necessary skills and expertise to understand complex financial and regulatory issues. This is very important. If the audit committee doesn't understand things like cybersecurity, and I'm not saying they have to be able to design cybersecurity controls, but if they have no working knowledge of it, if they have no working knowledge of AI, it's going to be very difficult for them to oversee how effective the organization is in managing those risks. I'll give you an example. The audit committee that I chair at UNICEF, we want to make sure that we understand AI well enough to be able to oversee the effectiveness of UNICEF in managing its AI risk. So what we've been doing in our meetings is we've been bringing in experts from outside of UNICEF. So from academia, from consultants, we bring in experts on AI, and for each meeting, we bring them in for about an hour, and they brief us, talk to us, help educate us on artificial intelligence and the risk that it can present to the organization. Now, I'm not saying that every audit committee may not have that luxury. Our meetings are a little longer and they're more frequent, so we have the luxury of doing that. But there should be some mechanism whereby there's a skills acquisition strategy for an audit committee, and they go about acquiring the skills they need. Number two, foster transparent communication with management, internal auditors, external auditors, and other relevant stakeholders. I wrote an article last week. I thought about pulling it into this presentation, but I want to give you and others a chance to read the article on its own. It had a rather provocative title, The Art of Deceiving the Audit Committee is the name of it. If you haven't read it, it's on my website, richardchambers.com. And I talk about the fact that a lot of deception of audit committees isn't management lying to the audit committee. It's not someone giving the audit committee false information. It's the fact that a lot of times the audit committee doesn't get the whole story. You know, there's the old expression in American court dramas, all I want is the truth and nothing but the truth. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Well, sometimes they don't get the whole truth. And it's not that people are saying, well, I'm not going to tell them because it's bad. It's they say, well, we're not going to fill the audit committee in. We're not going to tell them because there's still more that we need to learn. Well, I think one of the ways, and I talk in that article about ways that the audit committee can ensure that it's getting the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And part of it starts by having meetings. Part of it starts by having meetings with other members of management in the organization. If the audit committee never talks to the general counsel, if they never talk to the head of ethics, if they never talk to HR, there are probably things that are going on that they don't know about. The third thing is establishing robust oversight processes to monitor financial reporting, internal controls, and risk management practices. That one, I think a lot of audit committees do have that capability in place. They understand who's in charge of those things in the organization. They have regular meetings and interaction with them. Enhance the committee's risk acumen. The audit committee needs to understand concepts like risk appetite, risk assessment, emerging risk, continuous risk monitoring. Fifth, I think the audit committee has to foster a culture of continuous improvement. Every organization I've ever been a part of, whether it's internal audit, whether it's an audit committee, whether it was CEO of the IIA, I always pushed the organization to continuously improve. No matter how good you are, there's an old saying, even if you're on the right track, you will get run over if you just sit there. So you can't just sit there. There has to be an aspiration. You have to be willing to strive for continuous improvement. And then audit committees need to strive for diversity, not just diversity of things that we often think about like gender and age, but also diversity of things like background and experience. It's only through diversity that we are able to have a healthy exchange of ideas and perspectives. And then finally, maintain independence to effectively fulfill that oversight role. Be skeptical, be curious. Those are so important to being an effective audit committee member. When it comes to independence, I think there are some things specifically that audit committees can do. Make sure that members that are appointed to the audit committee are qualified. Qualified members of the audit committee, the credibility of the audit committee starts by making sure that the members are qualified. Maintain that diversity. So when we get ready to add a new member to the audit committee at UNICEF, management goes through a process, identifies potential candidates. But as the chairman, I don't get to pick them, but I do have input, and I quickly point out if I think there's a place where we could have greater diversity, say from a different region of the world. Establish clear roles and responsibilities. I think when it comes to independence, that's an important part of it, because I think if there aren't clear roles, the audit committee members may not be willing to challenge or speak up because they may not think it's their job. Maintain regular and open communications. If the audit committee members only speak to each other or only communicate when there's a meeting of the audit committee, that's not often enough. Evaluate and disclose the performance of the audit committee. So audit committees need to undertake a self-assessment of themselves periodically. Some audit committees are even willing to have someone else from the outside come in and assess their performance. Monitor and address the emerging issues, because if you don't do it, that's one of those places where the art of deception of the audit committee could take place. Management may think, oh, that could be an emerging risk, but we're not going to talk to the audit committee yet because we don't want to add on to their agenda and we don't want to confuse them and distract them. You need to take that on yourself as audit committee members. Some of the attributes of outstanding or extraordinary audit committee members, I think the ones that I've worked with, starting with they're courageously independent. They're willing to risk their role in the audit committee to ask tough questions. I mean, I think it's not a secret that sometimes if somebody on the audit committee is seen as asking too many tough questions, maybe management works with the chairman of the board to have that person eased off, moved on. That does happen. It doesn't happen every day, but the really courageously independent audit committee members, they don't worry about their job. They will do what they need to do. Be professionally skeptical and intellectually curious. I've already talked about that. And skepticism, by the way, another way of saying it is trust but verify. I'm not saying that audit committee members should be suspicious. I think they should be skeptical. If management tells me something, okay, I'm not just automatically going to assume that's wrong, but I am going to be skeptical enough to get the evidence that it's right. They need to be deeply experienced, have the right expertise. They're approachable, and they're relationship builders. And then finally, they're risk-centric strategists. They understand that risk is an important strategy, acquiring risk or taking on risk to success, because it also creates opportunity, and they understand that linkage between risk and opportunity. Let me close by just recapping here. Audit committee effectiveness is vital to overall effectiveness of corporate governance. If we are the trust keepers, we've got to be effective. The 21st century audit committee faces so many challenges, from structure to composition to what they focus on, to make sure their independence, to being transparent in the conversations they have, and that effective strategies have to target not only in overcoming the challenges, but in helping the organization to achieve its potential as well. And with that, I thank you very much for your attention for this time we've been together, and I will pass it back to my colleagues there in Jamaica. Anyone there? There.
Thank you so much to Mr. Chambers. He reminded you that you are the trust keepers and your roles are vital to governance and governance systems. I want to, on behalf of us all here today, just say thank you to Mr. Chambers for a very insightful and informative presentation, which I am sure today that it will greatly aid you all to evolve, adapt, and strengthen your roles as key stewards of transparency, ethical governance, and public trust. Can we just put our hands together again for him? So I am sure that all of us were listening to the presentation and we were making our notes. I did observe some persons around the room with their notebooks and their pens and their phone cameras and all of that. So we are in this room, and I know that we are represented here by both private and public sector, right? So I want to do a check. Which organizations are here today? So let me hear the private sector people. We are here? Yes, yes? No, let me hear you, no, man. We are here, private sector? Okay, which company is here from the private sector? Pardon me? All right, so this is your challenge, right? Because auditors always have a challenge. I want you to tell me 2 key things that jumped out at you from the presentation. You're representing your team, and if you probably need to huddle for just 2 seconds, and then you jump up and tell us all what jumped out at you from the presentation just now. See, we're giving you enhanced audio.
I'm not representing my organization here. But in terms of from the presentation, I think the main thing is just the last point about being independence in appearance and in practice. So I think that is very important. And the point about, some of the chairman appointing the CEOs and, just keeping that relationship at arm's length is very important for the oversight process.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Come on, cheer him on. Any other private sector organization in the room? No? All right. So we're going to jump to the public sector organizations. Let me hear the representative. Which this table over here with my lady, that pretty lady there in the mustard top, which organization is represented at that table? She's looking at me and she's smiling. Yes, you. Ministry of Education. All right. Can you tell me, he mentioned some key risks for 2024. Do you remember any of the key risks that he mentioned for 2024? You have the opportunity to consult with your colleagues.
Cybersecurity.
Yes.
AI governance.
Okay, is she correct, room?
And third-party risk.
And third-party risk. Good job, good job. All right, so we're going to be passing the mic along. Which other public sector entity is represented here today? There's a lovely young lady there at the back, and she's in red, and I'm liking her glasses because it's just kind of sleek and different, and it fits her so well. So I'm going to ask my assistant, who is roving down there with the cordless mic, to go over to that table, and I want to know which entity is represented at that table.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So representing the COJ Audit Committee.
Okay, COJ Audit Committee. And your challenge will be one that is a little bit different. So there's a key word that's synonymous with auditors, and it's the word trust. Can you spell the word for me? Spell the word for me.
I hope so.
Spell it, no?
Trust.
Yes, trust.
Trust.
Trust. All right, this is your challenge. You, along with your colleagues, you're going to sing a song for me with the word trust in there. So I'm giving you less than a minute to come up with a song that has the word trust. There we go. Happy in
Jesus, but to trust and
See,
obey.
I like when we work together as a team.
Thank you, everyone.
So Mr. Chambers is still online, and I want to extend the floor at this time. If you have any questions for him, he's still online and he's available. Are there any questions in the room? Of course, we have the mic roving, so you can just indicate by raising your hands, and you can go ahead to ask your question. Any questions? Anything that's burning? Anything you want to know, discover, uncover? We have a question? Yes, we do. You do? Could we have the mic right here? There's a question right here at this table. Can you just raise your hand so she can identify? Good job.
Sorry about that. It's not really a question on the presentation because it was very clear.
Yes.
The question I have is, are we going to get a copy of the presentation?
Okay, yes, right. Yes, Mrs. Campbell did say you will have access to a copy of the presentation. Any other questions? Okay, there's one right here at the front.
All right, so in respect to environmental, social, and governance reporting and AI governance, this question is really for the Internal Audit Secretariat. Is there a plan in the near future for training of the audit committees on this?
I don't know about, I know the IIA has training for internal auditors on those topics. I don't know that there is anything specifically for audit committees. It may be that an audit committee that has the ability to get some training for themselves, maybe they have maybe they're able to pull someone into their meetings who can help them to better understand it. I think some of it's going to have to be self-learning. We're going to have to make content available and allow the audit committees to have access to it. But I don't know that there's, one of the things I found as I started to put some of the content together that I'm developing for audit committees is that there's not really a lot of audit committee training out there. And I think audit committees are desperately in need of some of this training. So I'll continue to look at ways that I might be able to help in that area.
Okay, she's satisfied with the response. Okay, we have another question.
I did notice, by the way, I didn't see the chats until I finished my presentation. And I noticed that there were several comments that you could not see my slides or they were not advancing. And if that was the case, I'm very sorry. They were advancing in front of me on my computer and I was in a share mode, so I don't know what was happening, but we will get you. I've already provided the conference organizers PDF of the slides earlier this morning. And if anyone has trouble getting those, just reach out to me through LinkedIn. I invite all of you to connect with me on LinkedIn. I have more than 40,000 connections, but I'm always welcoming to new people, regardless of what role you play, to join my network because I share a lot of content directly with my followers.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chambers. Are there any questions in the chat? I know there's one at the back right there, but I want to ensure that we include those in the online space. If there are no questions, then I'll go to the representative at the back. Go ahead. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Cheryl. I'm representing, or I'm a member of the Ministry of Justice Audit Committee. This is probably an age-old question, but we still have challenges with it. In terms of, we have certain issues coming to us day in, day out, year after year, month after month, but we have escalated all the way to where it should be, but it still sits there as an outstanding issue going on and on. So my question is, in your experience, or if there's any advice that you can give, how do we tackle these issues that sit there for a number of months or years, and even with escalation, even taking it to where it should go, there still isn't any traction on it, and it brings some level of frustration, I'm sure, to many of the members who do care about seeing them being addressed.
Are you talking about issues that come out of audits and they don't get resolved?
Yes.
Yes. Well, one way of doing it, of course, I'm not sure you have maybe a public sector government audit committee, because I've chaired audit committees in government as well. Maybe they don't have quite the teeth that a private sector audit committee does, but the audit committee can start to ask for regular updates on outstanding or unimplemented findings and recommendations, and ask the internal audit function to keep them apprised of anything that's more than 90 days old. Maybe then you say at 180 days past due, then the person who's responsible for it has to come in front of the audit committee and present a briefing as to why it hasn't been implemented. Putting that kind of pressure, of course, it takes some of your agenda time, but suddenly you will find that people don't like to have to come and explain themselves in front of the audit committee, and maybe they'll get busy and make the corrective actions.
Okay, thank you.
We have one more question. Okay,
yes,
go ahead.
I'm representing the MOF Audit Committee. The point about improving the effectiveness of the audit committee, one of the points that I note at work is improving the quality of the reporting and the pre-read. So, I just want you to comment on the fact that, I know a number of audit committee members, not speaking on behalf of them, but, just generally, they have complained a lot about the volume of documents. So, just comment on the need to balance quality as opposed to quantity. So that's what I would want you to comment on.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a partnership. It has to be not just the audit committee wanting it. And that's why I was glad we have a lot of internal auditors in the room, because in many cases, it's the internal auditors who are helping to pull that content together. But I would say the audit committee needs to sort of raise its voice a little bit when it thinks that it doesn't get the quality of read-ahead materials or the right input, and put people on the spot. Call people out and say, hey, your content for the last meeting didn't get to us till the day before. It was too long. It was incomplete. Wasn't well constructed. Whatever. But be willing to. I talked about the importance of courage and integrity. I think you have to, as an audit committee, you have to be willing maybe to be a little direct with people. I wrote an article a few years ago, is there too much civility in the boardroom? ? And I wasn't saying we should be uncivil, but I think there's a lot of times that we walk on our tiptoes because we don't want to say anything that might make someone uncomfortable. Well, we can't do our jobs if we're not willing to get the kind of corrective actions we need when it comes to the material we have, to the knowledge that we're able to glean, the timeliness. We have to be willing to speak up on all those things.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. Okay, we have one more question for you.
Good morning, everyone. In the context of trust, you know, it is sort of common for us to hear about the speed of trust. In the start of your presentation, you introduced a concept, the speed of risk. Could you just expand on that thought?
Well, sure. In fact, I have a book called The Speed of Risk, it talks about among other things, we get into this notion that the velocity of risk has accelerated throughout the 21st century, and now risks are coming at us almost so fast we don't have time to respond at all. So I think what we have to do, that's why I think we have to become more adept at not waiting until the risk is right in front of us, but to try and anticipate it beyond the horizon. One way that we can begin to do that is to recognize that the big risks that manifest themselves will have second and third order effects. Think about COVID, for example. When the COVID pandemic came along, certainly it was a big unforeseen health crisis. It was a health risk. But I don't think anybody was bothering to really analyze what are the after effects going to be. We soon learned that the after effects were that our companies, our governments put so much money into the economy to try to help prop it up during COVID that we then suddenly had supply chain issues. We had inflation. We had problems with talent management. All of those risks flowed from the COVID risk, and each one of them presents a new set of risks. So I think one way we can begin to anticipate the speed of risk is to start to think about when something happens, what can that cause next year, next week, next month, and then what could happen even after that.
Thank you.
I also think, this is really the theme of my new book, Connected Risk, is that we have to be willing to work more collaboratively. Together, we are stronger than me, basically. That saying, as internal auditor, I can be much more effective in helping my organization to survive and to create value if I'm willing to work with others in the organization. And I'll do that while maintaining my independence and my objectivity, but I think we've become frightened of our own shadow when it comes to working with others.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chambers. And this brings to a close our question and answer segment for our keynote address. Thank you again to Mr. Richard Chambers for availing himself to share with us today. And now we will be going for a little break. Break is provided on the outside in the main lobby, but in the interest of time, we are kindly asking that you take the break and then return to the conference room. Coming up, we do have some exciting and engaging presenters. We did promise you that we have expert professionals who will be delving and presenting on emerging topics and very important topics. So as soon as you have refreshed yourselves and perked yourselves up a little bit, we're going to be going into our presentations for the day. So at this time, you can get up, go to the lobby, get your break, and come back. And be sure to talk to somebody whom you don't know, all right?
How it look from right there? Look fine? It look fine from right there, sir? Yeah, so it should be fine. Yeah, it's just a matter of we should be able to connect it so everybody can follow with you know. So that's the only concern. No, we can connect it so everybody will be following. Okay. So I'll just make sure. So you have some time before it.
Welcome to the exclusive event of its kind that's held in the region, the Government of Jamaica Audit Committees Conference 2024. For those joining us for the first time, this annual conference has been a cornerstone of governance for over 17 years and is tailored specifically for audit committees within central government. Prior to 2018, the GOJ Audit Commission, led by former president of the ICAJ, Mr. Leighton McKnight, chaired what was then the Audit Commission, which had oversight for the audit committees and oversaw many successful conferences. In 2018, the responsibilities of the Audit Commission were subsumed into the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service and the Office of the Cabinet. This year's event is particularly significant as it follows the 2023 amendment to the Section 33 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act, which officially granted the Cabinet Secretary the authority to appoint audit committee members. The conference is also being hosted in collaboration with the Cabinet Office. This year's theme is Navigating the Future, Audit Committees as Guardians of Trust in Tomorrow's World, and it captures the evolving role of audit committees in our rapidly changing world and will provide a platform for audit committee members, accounting officers, chief executive officers, and chief audit executives to address key issues facing the corporate world today. This year's conference includes a list of expert professionals who will be presenting on emerging topics in line with today's objectives. The theme emphasizes the evolving role of audit committees as they adapt to technological advancements, regulatory shifts, and the increasing complexity of financial oversight. Today's keynote speaker, Mr. Richard Chambers, is a renowned speaker, past president, and CEO of the Institute of Internal Auditors. He will be sharing his insights on the Audit Committee's effectiveness in the 2020s, key strategies for success. Other speakers include Mr. Stuart Hilton, Information Systems and Audit Security expert, who will be speaking on the topic Fostering Audit Agility, Audit Committees as Change Agents. Other topics include Mr. Rory Ebanks, a leader and expert in the field of cybersecurity and information technology, will present on Trust in a Digital World, what audit committees should know. Mr. David Hall, well-known presenter in the field of enterprise risk management, will be providing insights in the session titled Steering Through Complexity, the Audit Committee's Future in Risk and Compliance. Mr. Bancroft Thomas, the Internal Audit Directorate's Audit Coordinator for Audit Committees, will be providing highlights on the 2023-2024 performance of the audit committees. Last but certainly not least, we will be having Mr. David Mullings, a leader in business excellence, who will be sharing his insights on the topic From Oversight to Insight, Inspiring Confidence in the Audit Committees. On behalf of the Internal Audit Directorate, I would like to express thank you to the Honorable Audrey Sewell, Cabinet Secretary, Ms. Darlene Morrison, Financial Secretary, Mrs. Hope Blake, Deputy Financial Secretary in the Public Expenditure Policy Coordination Division, and Minister and State Minister in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service for demonstrating their support to the GOJ Audit Committees conferences over the years. I would also like to express a big thank you to the members of the Internal Audit Directorate, my hardworking team, for their hard work and dedication. I would also like to use this opportunity to thank you, our valued Audit Committee members, for volunteering your time and expertise to serve on the GOJ Audit Committee. We look forward to you sharing your feedback and ideas during the sessions. Thank you all for attending. Welcome to the exclusive event of its kind that's held in the region, the Government of Jamaica Audit Committees Conference 2024. For those joining us for the first time, this annual conference has been a cornerstone of governance for over 17 years and is tailored specifically for audit committees within central government. Prior to 2018, the GOJ Audit Commission, led by former president of the ICAJ, Mr. Leighton McKnight, chaired what was then the Audit Commission, which had oversight for the audit committees and oversight.
So while you continue to refresh yourselves, I hear the laughter, I hear the chatter, so I know that the networking session is going pretty well. But at this time, we're going to be moving into our presentations for today. That doesn't mean you have to stop eating, but I will go ahead to introduce our first presenter in the person of Mr. Stuart Hilton. He is the Director of Assurance and Compliance Services at Simtai Consulting Limited. He has over 14 years of experience in IT security and data privacy across numerous industries in the Caribbean and the US. Mr. Hilton has played a pivotal role in leading data privacy and cybersecurity assurance, ensuring compliance with industry frameworks such as ISO 27001, ISO 27701, SWIFT, and PCI DSS. His extensive credentials include CISA, CISM, CIPT, CIPM, CSX, and a BBA in Computer-Based Information Systems from Howard University. Mr. Hilton focuses on helping clients enhance their control environments while delivering value-adding solutions for process maturity. Please receive Mr. Stuart Hilton.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Since we're moving a little bit behind time and you're still eating, I guess we'll call this a lunch and learn more than just a presentation. Or snack and learn. Break and learn. I was really hoping that Kamala Harris would have won last night so that I could have bragged about being a Howard University alumni, but still, I'll be like the vice president, or at least no, the former vice president, did go to my alma mater, so I'm still proud of that. I am a member of the Jamaica Customs Agency Audit Committee, but in my spare time, I do work at Simtai Consulting Limited. Now, what I'm going to be talking to you about, of course, while the presentation topic does talk about fostering audit agility and audit committees as change agents, what I'm going to be presenting to you is a mindset and a change in approach about how we look at the audit committee function and how we conduct audits. How many persons are used to seeing an audit report with over 30 audit issues? Nobody knows that? All right, over 10. When was the last time you saw an audit report with 3 or less audit issues? Why did the place get quiet? All right, so I see somebody give me one hand. I am an advocate of the idea of an audit report coming with no findings. And that the audit really is just to provide assurance and not necessarily that we're on the hunt to find issues. When I first started auditing, my first audit report, I handed it, of course, it was paper. We handed it to my manager at the time, and the first thing she did is she put it down and she said, "This is not heavy enough." What I remember was those kind of audits where it's like, boy, this, you never find enough. So what we're talking about here as, of course, in terms of our role is understanding that we are moving away from the, as mentioned earlier, the gotcha audit. We're just here to say, what will catch you though? Why does this matter is, of course, we have more and more demands on the audit committee, but we take for granted that there are more and more demands on the operational teams that are trying to execute what are the business strategies. And it's not very supportive of us to come in with these large audit reports with so many findings and telling them, but you need to get them resolved ASAP. And that might answer our question about, I heard a question earlier about how do we ensure that audit issues are being resolved if we are reporting them over and over, we're escalating, we're following the due process, but nobody's resolving it. But how much quicker do audit issues get resolved when somebody gets a list with only 5? And they're all high-risk issues versus you've given me these information level or low-risk items that you've said I need to take myself away from my regular operations to get addressed today. So in this approach, what we're going to talk about is how do we become agile in our audit approach? How do we act as change agents? And I provide this quote here from the Institute of Internal Auditors that says, if the profession chooses not to confront its challenges and focuses exclusively on its traditional responsibilities or progress slowly without keeping pace with a fast changing global landscape, the internal audit profession will become irrelevant. I have worked with an organization that when I started working with them, they had about 5 internal auditors. And the business got very stressed with them finding tons and tons of issues over and over. And I'm not saying it was a great practice that the business took in terms of saying audit, you're reporting too much, because there were legitimate issues. But the business took an approach of, listen, if you can't find a way to integrate and work with us to help us accomplish our goals, they're not helping the business. You're really just playing that same gotcha mentality. They eventually reduced the team down to 2 persons because they said, we're spending this money on a team that really isn't trying to figure out how to help us versus just telling us we're doing it wrong or we did it wrong in the past. Because there are a couple of terms that I heard earlier that I think are very important in today's landscape is being proactive and trust. Audit has traditionally taken the role that we are there after the fact. So we're finding out what went wrong versus identifying what could go wrong and how we're going to help it not happen. In terms of the defining an agile audit, I do provide these short definitions here, but the idea, of course, is that we are quickly adapting to what is current in the space. We are a part of the process and not an afterthought. Does that make sense? For change agents, we are there as the champions. We're not just there to say, what are you doing to adapt to change as an organization, as an entity, as a government agency that has so many objectives to meet, so many mandates to follow. We're saying, how are these things going to be adopted and when are we going to do it? How can we help enable this to happen? In the same IIA report that I've made reference, and you'll see some more quotes, it talks about becoming auditors having to become advisors. And I know that term is nothing new to anybody in the room because we've heard the concept before, but have we started to adapt that change? Are we being a part of the process and helping to identify what could go wrong and stopping it from going wrong before it does? When I sit in a room of developers who are working on a solution, they're building an application that the business has said, we need to launch this immediately. I'm not telling them, when you finish, I'll tell you what you did wrong. I'm saying to them, I am documenting as a part of my process. Here are the expectations for how you should do it, and I want to see that it is done this way. And when I see it being done this way, I'm going to record it as such. So I'm a part of the process, and I'm not coming to you 1 year from now to say, let me tell you what you did wrong. What you did wrong does not help, because now they have to go back and try to fix what they've already launched. So the idea about being change agents is that we're looking at what is going to happen in the space, and we, of course, are being a part of that process to determine what we can ensure does not happen before it goes wrong, before it's too late. We, of course, in order to enable this to happen and to be able to do this very effectively, we have to take a very strong risk-based approach. And why I spoke about having these large audit reports is because I remember working for a central bank in the Caribbean, and I provided a report with some 40-something issues as a part of an HR process. And in the initial report, it had everything. Everything that went wrong for our audit period 2 years ago, because that's what they asked for, this 2-year-ago audit. And I said to them, but if all 45 of these things have gone wrong, or they weren't followed properly in the process, how has that affected the mandate of that central bank 2 years later? And I say that because in this list, there are some things that are still existent today, versus they didn't follow our process, it didn't go exactly how it went, but they still resolved the risk that was involved with that particular requirement. So can we cut this report in half to only focus on those things that are still prevalent today so that we can focus on those 20 items rather than giving them a list of 45 to say, you need to now answer 45, you need to provide me 45 management responses. And we sat, myself and the chief internal auditor sat for about an hour or two, and we debated, went back and forth until eventually she said, you know what, Stuart, you're right. Because I'm going to send this report to the CHRO. She's going to take 3 weeks to respond to me because the lists are long. And that's what we're going to see with long list of audit findings. And when we're sending these reminders over and over and over with things that include, minor or information level type risk, and persons are saying, but anybody get a document and you look at it and you see 30 odd, 40 odd, 50, 60, 70 pages, and the first thing you do is click X. You say, I can't bother read this right now. Get some emails that by the time I open the email, by the time I scroll the months once, I say, that's later. Because you could have called me about an email that is this long. But the idea, of course, is that we're managing it from a risk perspective, because what is at risk is what we need to address now. What is a minor risk is something that we may be able to find another approach to managing later on. And of course, we continuously monitor those risks. So we don't identify it today and report it, we get a management response, and we don't check on it later. And what I'm going to talk about to help with this process, of course, is automating that requirement about checking whether that risk still exists. If we have, for example, put in place a report that shows all of the risks identified or all of the issues identified with a particular audit that has been sent to the auditees, they've assigned ownership, and we've captured it as a part of an automated, whether it be through AI today or through an application like Audit Board or Teammate or so on, depending on what you have in your organization, we can have that report automated to check to see if these things are still happening or if those things have not been resolved, rather than we have to now sit, we generate the report again, we go and we meet with the auditees every month, every quarter, once a year, and going through those issues over and over again. And I remember I worked with an organization that had teammates, and every quarter they had assigned one member of the audit team. This audit team had about 6 persons. So, a good sized audit team. I know a lot of companies, a lot of organizations don't have that many people. But 1 out of those 6 every quarter had to sit and develop this follow-up report. Just go through the list of all the issues, all of who is supposed to report on it, and they compile it, and they meet with all the auditees once a quarter. So that's 4 months out of the year. They had to go and look at any past issues. Versus, as we eventually rolled out for them, we had an automated process to just generate the report, send it to the auditees, and ask them to respond and confirm whether these things have been closed, or if they've changed the date that they're going to address the item. But it reduced the time by 3 months to have to look at this over and over again, because you've now automated, or at least semi-automated, the process. But that helps with being agile in the space. We shouldn't think about it as only a manual process that we have to keep on coming back and working with persons directly over and over again. Of course, there are going to be some challenges, because I mentioned to you that it's a mindset. This is not so much the process as much as we have to think about how do we integrate as a part of what's happening. How do we ensure that things don't go wrong? Because our traditional mindset is wait till they finish and then let's check. So there are going to be some challenges with us trying to meet this requirement now. How do we become integrated audit or agile auditors? There's going to be that natural resistance to change. I think a big part of the US election is that people just resistant to change, why them kind of bring back Orange Man. There are, of course, going to be some resource constraints in this process. Sorry, let me not add my personal views. I used to live in the US. I have a place in my heart for some of the people there right now who are like, but I tell them there's space in Jamaica, I can come back home. There, of course, is going to be a skills gap. And I know from earlier presentations, we spoke well, of course, about ensuring that we're upskilling persons on a regular basis. So how do we address these challenges in order to enact this future state that I'm talking about? One of the big things, of course, is that we make sure we have clear and measurable benefits. We have to be able to communicate to persons that we're asking to make this shift, why we're doing it, how we're going to do it, and how do we know that it's successful. One benefit, of course, when the moment I told this audit team, listen, you don't need to do this manual process for reporting issues every quarter. You can automate it with the existing system you have. They're like, what? Because they just didn't know about the capabilities of the application they had in place. And the moment we started putting that in place, everybody was like, no, but we need to get this done right away. How can we get it done faster? Because we now changed the idea that somebody had to sit for a whole month and work through these issues. To this automated report goes out every month, every quarter, to all the auditees as well as to the auditor who did the work. But the idea is that they had to hear and see that there was a clear benefit to this in order to adopt the change. And we have to get persons involved. No longer should we be walking into a room and saying, see the new system here, get started. And everybody's like, we never even knew we needed a new system or a new approach. A part of the agile approach is that you get input from all the various stakeholders, and they are part of the process. So from auditor to auditee, they are a part of this new change, so that they get to put their input, and they can see where their inputs have made changes into the process. Prioritize, again, it has to be from a risk-based approach. What are the high-risk issues that we need to address on an ongoing basis? What risks are new to our space, and what have we done so far to address those things? And it brings in the idea of being nimble. I'm going to show you an example further on where it talks about companies that have had instances of audit teams not being very nimble. They recognize some risk and said, but it's not part of the schedule. So we'll deal with it later. And then that turns into, of course, a major catastrophe later. Not necessarily the fault of the audit team, don't get me wrong. It's not audit's fault that things tend to go wrong sometimes. But the idea is that they may have helped to prevent certain scenarios. And then, of course, our training needs to be targeted and specific. Let's not send people to a conference for the sake of saying we check the box that they went to the conference. There is a benefit to making sure we've done a development plan with people, identifying where their areas of growth are, and creating a plan specific to that and giving them training specific. I heard the question about training for AI and governance. There are trainings from places like IAPP for AI governance. There's a certification called AIGP. But the idea is that if we recognize that this is a gap, we don't send them to the first conference that we say have AI on the listing. The idea is, have we identified what is a reasonable and trusted training to address the gaps that they have? They may be pretty good at AI, or they may be pretty good at AI governance, but what they need to learn is machine learning or something else. Sorry if I'm using any terms that are not very familiar. My colleague who's going to speak on AI as well is going to clarify some of these things. But the idea is that we've identified the specific gap areas and we address those rather than saying, yeah, man, everybody went to training, they went to this conference, everything good. Because then they still have the gap that was there before. What is the role of the audit committee? Because this is for us, the audit committees. Anybody here is a member of the audit committee? Oh, okay, just making sure I'm in the right room. But of course, the idea is that we are going to be the champions for this change. We may hear that audit team say, yeah, this is what we wanted. We're going to do an integrated audit. And then the year passes and said, but did you do an integrated audit? Did you take an approach of what committee within the organization are you a part of now outside of audit? There's a IT steering committee in place. Are you a member? Is anybody from our team a part of that? To understand what is happening? If the answer is no, then that means we've not integrated into regular day processing activities that organizations are doing. And therefore, we're not going to be a part of the discussion to say there's a team that is forming to implement a new solution. We won't be aware of it until after the fact. We have to be a part, we have to understand what are the different committees, what are the different plans that are happening, and we as the audit committee ensure that the chief internal auditors, the audit leads, the business is aware, the organization itself or the entity is aware that we need representation at that level, and therefore we're a part of that process, and we're there to check what is happening. And I heard mention, of course, about the guardians of trust. What was the other term that was used earlier? What was the term that Mr. Keepers of trust? Why can't we also be the partners in trust? Because the business, the organization itself is supposed to be trusted. We are just providing additional assurance around what's happening. If we're not trusting the operations on a day-to-day basis, us providing assurance is going to be over a faulty process. So of course, we are going to help ensure that this is a trusted result. We're not telling the persons that we're auditing you because, or we're providing assurance because we don't trust you. We're saying that there are some things we just need to check and give that additional level of assurance. So we can become the trusted partners by showing these teams that we're not here to do the gotcha thing. We want to be there from the beginning. We're showing you that as a part of you going through what is the standard policy or procedure for an operation, that we're identifying where we can improve, and we're going to go ahead and say, let's fix it. We don't want to ride your audit point. Let's fix it. We will capture it as that. To say we identified it as at the point in time, feedback was provided, it was addressed within 2 weeks, no issues identified at the end of the process. We don't want to be the police. Sorry if there's any police in here. But of course, when I'm driving down the road and I say police, my first inclination is, rather them trying to catch me. Not they are trying to make sure that I am obeying the law, they're trying to catch me. And that is not the perception we want for our audit teams. How can we lead? Of course, I mentioned being proactive. So you've heard that term earlier, hearing it again. We have to be proactive, not reactive. And of course, we have to encourage this as a part of the internal audit planning. Another quote that I'm going to provide you. As the nature and scope of audits evolve alongside the emergence of new risk, internal audit's ability to enhance an organization's capacity to create, protect, and sustain value must also adapt accordingly. So the organizations themselves are being to adapt very fast. We see new trends in technology. So the expectation is today that what are our government entities doing to adopt AI, to regulate AI, to incorporate into what they're doing. And therefore, we should also be taking the same approach. We have to adapt as fast as the organization is and take that approach to everything we do, because if they are changing without us, then we're going to get left behind. Some of these logos you may recognize, some of them you may not, just because they got closed down so fast, they didn't become a prominent part of society. But everybody knows Enron. I think everybody has heard of the Enron scandal. They are an example of an organization that was moving so fast and creating such complex processes in their financial reporting that it slipped everybody. But internal audit was not a part of that process to identify what was happening, to say, let us check to see what's happening before we start moving things into a new realm. Because this may be an action that is intended to commit fraud, which it turns out it was. Lehman Brothers the same. Target had a data breach because they were implementing some new systems, and internal audit was not a part of the process to help identify whether we are following good practices to do this. Launch something, boom, data breach. They're one of the few on this list that are still existing today. But of course, the idea is, can internal audit be a part of the process to prevent something from going wrong? Because internal audit coming after the breach to say, say they have a breach, does not help the process, because it may have already been publicly reported and already an issue that we can't resolve at the moment. So the idea, of course, is, are we being a part of the conversation and taking this agile approach to ensure that these changes are happening in the way they should, rather than coming after the fact? So just before I finish up, this was part of a survey in the Institute of Internal Auditors report, Vision 2035, where they were looking at, of course, what role is internal audit playing in the AI space today? Who amongst you are working in the AI space within your organization, whether it be in your company or at the audit committee level? Everybody still with me? I'm just asking because I'm not necessarily seeing any hands, and this is not a technology to come, it's a technology that's here. Anybody is using some form of artificial intelligence to help them with their day-to-day? I see one hand. Don't be shy. I ask this because it is not something that we can wait until there's regulation to instruct how it's going to be used. There are some good practices and governance standards out there today, and the idea is that if we're not enabling our organizations to use it responsibly, the risk could be too late by the time the government gets to regulate it. There are various organizations in the AI space today that, of course, have to self-regulate because government hasn't provided them anything yet. And I'm sure most of you probably heard the story of the mother who is trying to sue Google and character.ai because her son killed himself on the basis that he was having a conversation with this character.ai platform. That platform didn't self-regulate well enough. Because the idea is that it should have been able to recognize that this is destructive language that the youngster was using and encourage him in a different direction rather than not necessarily enabling him, but telling him the things that he wanted to hear. If you go and use a ChatGPT or Perplexity or Barb and have that same conversation, it will tell you, if you need help, call this number. But that character.ai platform wasn't ready as yet. So the idea is that we cannot wait until we've seen all of the guidance taking place. What are we doing today? What are we asking the EDs or the governors or so on of our various institutions about their plans for AI and how we can get involved now, rather than wait until it's finished and then look at it after the fact. Last quote I'll give you before I go is, of course, as the nature and scope of audits evolve alongside the emergence of new risk, internal audit's ability to enhance an organization, it's the wrong slide. Oh, but my apologies, it seemed to be showing one thing here and then, all right. Won't read through the list. But the idea is that this checklist, in the interest of time, this checklist came out of that same IIA Vision 2035 report. You can find it online. But out of this report, it's saying that we, of course, outside of identifying and understanding what are the new trends in the space, what is the cybersecurity risk, what is the data privacy, what is AI, etc., we, of course, have to shift our mindsets. So the first thing there is shifting internal auditors' mindset. We don't need to do this process, this waterfall approach of planning, field work, reporting, feedback. Why can't we have ongoing, continuous feedback and reporting? I'm going to send you, I've identified these 3 issues. Here they are. Can you resolve it before the end of the review? If you can respond while I'm working on these other issues, we can still update the report accordingly rather than wait until the end for you to try to figure out a management response. I think this will make it easier on us as well, you know. If you're with me, say aye. All right. Glad to know someone is still awake. So I'm providing this, of course, again, this is an idea of changing how we look at the role of the auditor. We are not there to come after the fact. We're being proactive with our work. We're coming as a part of it, and we're going to be integrated into everything that is being done in order to identify what could go wrong and resolve it before it does. Because the gotcha way of doing things is not going to help the organization to progress. It's only going to remind them that there are things that they need to fix. Thank you all.
Very practical insights there from Mr. Stuart Hilton. So the floor is now open. Are there any questions for Mr. Hilton? You can throw the question ball to him. There's a question at the table at the rear.
Apologies, I run off because I didn't know it was question and answers.
Hi, good morning. Do you have any tips for audit and how they can be change agents, as you would have said earlier in your presentation, whilst not crossing that line of independence, not breaching that principle of independence?
Sure thing, great question. So the theory is that if we advise somebody on something right now that we've somehow lost our independence, but that's not true. In the same way that you're going to have, and I think most persons would heard this role of the data protection officer. Under the Data Protection Act, the role, of course, is not there to try catch you. The idea is we're going to ensure that you're meeting the requirement. We're enabling you to do it. So you're still going to maintain your independence if you know that something is going to happen a certain way, but you've advised them specific to what the requirement says. If I have the policy in front of me, the policy says we must have, for example, in the IT audit space, if we must have a password that is 12 characters long, it must have alphanumeric, special characters. if I am working with an IT person to implement a new system and they start to configure, set up the password parameters to allow somebody to create a password of 8 characters, me sitting there and saying to them, remember the policy, does not hinder my independence. I'm still looking at it, I have not changed the configuration, but I'm saying, please remember the policy. They may, as part of their process, because of the expediency of getting this application out or what is being mandated, they may choose to ignore that policy and document what is the risk that they've accepted, or at least what are the mitigating controls. But I haven't changed my independence in the process, so I'm still advising them along the way, and I'm using my support and requirements as why I'm advising them to do what I'm saying. And I can, of course, capture my documentation to say this was shared, here's what the result was, and here's what the next steps need to be. It could be that there's a management finding, it could be a management response is needed, or it could be they've satisfied me by showing me a supplemental control that still addresses the risk that needs to be there. But I wouldn't have changed my independence by advising them in that moment. Any other questions? Oh, one more time.
If there's another question, we'll take one more question in the interest of time. Any more questions? Yes? No? Oh, one? One is right here. Okay.
Sir Hilton, you mentioned, I believe it's a website to access source information or training materials for artificial intelligence.
Yeah, sure. I was saying the IAPP, the International Association of Privacy Professionals, launched a AIGP, it's AI Governance Professional Training, specific to understanding how AI is being developed and used and how to govern it in a practical way.
Could you repeat it slowly this time?
Oh, sorry. So the certification itself is called AI Governance Professional. The website is iapp.org, which is the International Association of Privacy Professionals. And that's just one that I know of. There may be others out there, so do not think I'm trying to just endorse this one. I just know that I myself am studying that one because, as I said, we have to be proactive about our own learning and take interest in these things. So I'm going to do that certification by the end of this month as well. You're able to capture that one?
So thank you again to Mr. Stuart Hilton. Can you just put your hands together for him? Our next presenter this afternoon, is it afternoon as yet? Or we still morning? Okay, I'm rushing the day. Trust in a digital world, what audit committees should know. And Mr. Rory Ebanks is here with us. He has over 14 years of experience in information security and IT audit. Mr. Ebanks earned a Master of Science in Cybersecurity from EC Council University and a BSc in Computing and Information Technology from the University of Technology. He is a certified Chief Information Security Officer, certified ethical hacker, computer hacking forensic investigator, EC Council certified security analyst, certified network defender, certified information system security professional, certified cloud security professional, certified information security manager, certified information systems auditor, cybersecurity nexus, and Azure fundamentals. He is a member of the Audit Committee at Passport, Immigration, and Citizenship Agency, that's PICA, and a member of the Bachelor of Science in Computer Network and Security Course of Study Advisory Committee at the University of Technology, Jamaica. I'm presenting to you a very, very competent authority in the field. Please receive him as he comes to do his presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm just having a No technical issues, but just with a clicker. But I'm good now. All right, so today we're going to speak about trust in the digital world. And I'm going to take it from a different angle, focusing on cybersecurity. So we're going to be demonstrating some of the risks that are out there, some of the cyber risks, some of the different areas that we need to consider. And for sure, we're going to touch on artificial intelligence. If you have any questions at the end, feel free to ask me. I'm going to try to scare you a little bit because the world of cybersecurity is very interesting. And I did see that on the schedule. I was allotted 24 hours to present. So I will take full advantage of that. All right, just kidding, just kidding. So quick background about Simtai Consulting. We've been around for about 26 years. We actually started focusing on IT audit when we started the company. However, since then, we have branched out into cybersecurity, data protection, assurance and compliance. Stuart Tilton, that just presented, he heads that unit, assurance, compliance, and privacy. We also do a lot of digital transformation. And as you can see, we do have a lot of certifications around cybersecurity. So some top statistics that we have to consider when it comes on to cybersecurity. Every 39 seconds, there is a successful cyber attack. Not just an attack, it is successful, meaning organizations have been compromised within 39 seconds. When that statistic adds up, in any one day, that's 2,000 attacks at least. We've seen over 4 million cases where websites are compromised because of malware that are associated with them. And 93% of the times, passwords used in brute force attacks include 8 characters or more. Stuart just gave a good example about that. We're recommending stronger passwords. However, if you're utilizing an 8-character password, that's very easy for a successful attack. And 48% of organizations, they don't have any process in place to verify a password request. Meaning, if you call into the help desk for IT and you provide them with certain information, they may actually reset your password. Last year, we saw a compromise from the MGM Hotel and Casino. It was a very simple compromise where they went on LinkedIn, they identified the IT administrator name, got some details about him, called the help desk and say, "Hi, my name is Rory Ebanks. I'm in this department," did some quick verification, they resetted the passwords, sent the information to the email, and that resulted in a successful hack. That's just very simple. Social engineering. Some questions that I want to ask you though. Are you aware of the main aspects of any effective cyber program? Meaning in your organization right now, in the committee that you're on, what framework are you recommended or what framework is your organization utilizing from a cybersecurity perspective? Do you have one in place? Anybody? Anybody know of any framework that's being implemented right now in your organization? No? NIST? Or are you just calling out name? NIST is a good framework. But it's very important that we as the audit committee, we have to set the precedents to enforce and ensure that we're following industry standards when it comes on to cybersecurity. Not just finding audit issues, but also guiding, providing proper recommendations and guidance to ensure that security is important and paramount when it's being implemented. Do you know if you're secure? Yes or no? No? How do you know that you're not secure? There are vulnerabilities. So what are you doing to remediate that? If you know that you're not secure, what steps are you putting in place? Simta, you can call us for sure. We'll definitely assist. But you as the end users, as the employees, as the audit committee members, you also have to provide that assurance that, hey, we have some experience. We can make these recommendations. We can help implement and ensure that we're on a security path. Nothing is 100% safe. There are always vulnerabilities and weaknesses, and I'm going to show you one of the key weaknesses when it comes on to cybersecurity, that there's always evolving threats. And these are just some examples of the threat actors that are out there. So we have seen nation states targeting different states, right? Russia and Ukraine, not just a physical warfare. It started out from being a cyber warfare. How do we know that there's not other Caribbean countries attacking Jamaica right now? What about competitors attacking competitors? You have cyber criminals that hack organizations just for the fun of it. Not just for financial gains, but just because they want that cutting edge, that adrenaline rush. And you have insider threats. Your coworker could be a threat. Maybe intentionally or unintentionally, but that is a real threat. And that is one of the biggest threats in cybersecurity, because they already have access to the network. They already have access to the emails, to the file servers. If they have any malicious intent, it's very easy for them to conduct that if we don't have proper controls in place. If we don't have proper internal audit checks and balances being done. Even your child could be a cyber threat. Borrowing your phone, downloading a game, a malware is loaded on that phone. Maybe you have your pictures, you have your email on it. That's a simple way that you could get compromised, by just downloading an application. I was looking back on some of my previous presentations, and this was a prediction from 2018. That's 6 years ago, right? 7? And when you look on this, AI was predicted to be one of the cyber threats. AI and machine learning, that was number 2. And that was years ago. Right now, it's very prevalent. I saw Stuart ask a question about who is using AI currently. Not a lot of hands went up. The attackers are utilizing AI. If we don't want to utilize AI in our organizations to strengthen it, attackers are utilizing AI to attack those organizations, making it easier. So we have to ensure that we're considering the best case and the worst case use of AI. I'm going to show you how AI can be utilized to coin some of these attacks. And these are just some generic cyber attacks. This is not all of the different cyber attacks out there. Unsecured remote access connection, meaning organizations having a remote desktop accessible over the internet. I've seen numerous organizations with that. That's just asking to be compromised. Once an attacker sees those vulnerabilities, they will exploit it. Password-based attacks. Still seeing default credentials being used on systems. And I'm not talking small organization, enterprise, large organizations. Admin as username, admin as password. Password as password. You may laugh, but it's that easy at times for a compromise. Breach credentials on the internet. An attacker downloads that information, utilizes the credentials, and logs into the system. Weaponize AI. Utilizing artificial intelligence to launch attacks against different organizations. Botnets attacks. You have web-based application attacks also. You have so many websites out there. Attackers are launching attacks against them. And we don't have enough time to get into the technicality of all of these different attacks, but it shows you that the landscape from an attacker perspective is very broad. And we have to be aware of it. We can't say, oh, this won't happen to me, or this attack will never happen to me. We've seen so much instances of this. And I'm going to demonstrate a very easy hack that can happen. So this is a Wi-Fi based hack. So I was at a hotel in the Caribbean, and I connected to the Wi-Fi. I don't normally connect to Wi-Fi that's open. That's the first thing. But the hotel guaranteed that only you alone should connect to this Wi-Fi because that's a room. So A109, that was my room number. That's how they set it up. If an attacker connects to a Wi-Fi that you are on, one of the first things they're going to do is check and see where the router is. So they want to see the IP address. This instance, 192.168.10.1. Simply bring up your web browser. They're going to browse to it, and it's going to tell them what router that is. In this example, it's a Linksys E5400 router. Not using any tools. Easy Google search. Let's bring up the user manual for this router. By bringing up the user manual, it's going to tell us what is the password to log into it. Default password. Right there. It doesn't even require a username. Admin password. And now we have administrative access to this router. That's very easy. Very simple. At times, you don't have to be very advanced to think about a cyber attack. We have done a lot of these penetration tests, and that's how simple it is to gain access to a network. Now they can configure the device, they can change the name of the router. What if I wanted to change it from E109 to E105 and force that person to connect to it? That's possible. Could change the password. But I was very curious to see if anyone else was connected on this Wi-Fi network. Remember, the hotel told me that only you alone should connect on it, right? I did not believe them. And of course, I did a scan. So when I did the scan, I saw the router and I saw my machine at first. And then what happened is I saw another machine popping up, meaning someone else was on that network. So there you see Brian's MacBook is connected to that network also. Who is connected to the Wi-Fi right here? No. You sure about that? Majority of the times, once we go to a hotel or any public space, airport, what is the Wi-Fi password, right? How do you know who else is connected on that Wi-Fi? How do you know if they're capturing your information? Are they monitoring your traffic? Do you do internet banking on that Wi-Fi? No? I hope you don't know, because we could even take this a step further, and target the other person that's on this network. And that took just a few minutes. So information that's readily available on the dark web, and this is from our Threat Intel team at SimTide. So what we typically do is look at the different countries, and this is all automated. This is using botnets to gather information about possible IP addresses, possible vulnerabilities that are associated with each country. And what we saw is that Barbados had about 20,000 IP addresses listed on the internet, publicly available and accessible. And out of that, 15,000 had vulnerabilities. When it comes on to Jamaica, it's not that bad. Second worst in the Caribbean, not that bad, right? So we had 78,000 assets listed, right? And 32,000 of those had vulnerabilities. That was October 2023. What do you think it is November 2024? Did it go up or did it go down? Down? Why would it go up? Because we're always adding more systems, more organizations are moving to the internet, connecting to the internet, right? So we went over 100,000 assets that's listed. And we weren't able to finalize the amount of vulnerabilities, so that's why that little plus is there. But it's close to about 50,000 vulnerabilities. This is just the numbers. So what does this vulnerability look like? And these are some of the questions that you're going to have to ask your IT team, sitting on the audit committee. And this is just using one free tool, nothing expensive, nothing elaborate. We're able to categorize all the different products and technology that's associated with Jamaica. Who is using Cisco, Fortinet, who has a remote desktop open, who is using Hikvision camera. We have the IP addresses. We have the server. So remember I was telling you about remote access connection? This is an example of a server on the public internet, located here in Jamaica, being accessible. It shows you the usernames that are logged in currently. Shows us QB access, that means QuickBooks is running on this server. It shows us the version of the server, 2008 server. How much years ago that? I don't even think 2008 is being supported again, even with extended support. And there are worse instances than this right here in Jamaica. There are 2003 servers also. This is an example of one of them. And we have sanitized the information because there are more information. How do you know that your organization isn't utilizing these technologies? It should be a part of your audit program to check what type of software are you using, what's the version, what type of hardware are you using, what type of support is in place. When was your last penetration test? What was your last vulnerability assessment? What's in place to protect some of these assets? Remember, these information are easily accessible by attackers. So let's look on some of the recent data breaches right here in the Caribbean, right? Stuart showed some global one, but what's happening right here in the Caribbean in 2024? These are examples of companies that would have been breached, either hit by a ransomware or some form of data breach or leak. Credit unions, not just in Jamaica, but also across the Caribbean. Insurance companies, food chains, government. The Barbados Revenue Authority right now is experiencing a ransomware attack. On average, it costs almost 4.5 million US$ whenever there's a data breach. This is the average ransom that's requested, 1.5 million US$. And 51% of the time, after there has been a breach, that's when organizations say, yes, I will now invest in securing, right? We're always being reactive and not proactive. Why not be proactive? With the Bureau of Standards, when they got hit, they spent 230,000 US$ just to investigate. That's within a 2 weeks period. Why didn't they invest that money before? It's always more difficult to try and react after a breach. There's no guarantee that you'll get back your data. There's no guarantee of recovery. The reputational damage. Last year we saw a TSTT got hit by a ransomware. The CEO lost his job. So you can literally lose jobs because of this. And 74% of the time there's some human intervention or interaction why there was a breach. We are the weakest link. We always click on email. We see an Amazon gift card come in. We say, yes, I need that Amazon gift card. We write down our passwords on books, sticky notes, use the same passwords across multiple systems. Those are some of the ways. So end user awareness training is very important and critical. And this is an example of the massive breach that happened in 2022. This is actually a stock order form. So I've sanitized some of the information, but the signatures were there. This was accessed by anyone on the internet. Well, on the dark web. This is someone's ID. Again, I sanitize the picture. I sanitize the signature, the address. We have the date of birth. And in this instance, 700,000 files were compromised. Imagine your organization being hit with a ransomware attack, and that information is leaked on the internet. And this is what's happening right now. This is the Barbados Revenue Authority. The information is listed on the dark web. It's not accessible as yet because they're waiting to get the ransom. However, the information will eventually be leaked. And these are some of the steps that we can do as the audit committee when it comes on to ransomware. We need to ensure that we have a plan in place. We need to see that incident response. We need to identify, detect, analyze the ransomware. How are we going to eradicate it? How are we going to recover? Do we have adequate backups in place? You can have a whole audit program about this. Have the backups been tested? Where are the backups being stored? Are the backups scanning for ransomware? I've seen numerous cases where, yes, you have a backup, but when you restore the backup, ransomware is also on that backup. So there are so many different areas that we can look on when it comes down to cybersecurity. And what's critical right now is the JDP, the Jamaica Data Protection Act. So privacy and protection comes into play. And there are some privacy concerns, right? When you think about data loss and leakage, almost all of these ransomware instances had resulted in a data leak. Unauthorized usage and access to the information. Files, payroll information, financial information, photos, emails, all of these can be accessed. That's why we need to have a proper structure in place. Not just at the governance level, but also at the different business unit levels. Think about information security, cyber security. How do we process data? How do we access data? Do we need to be collecting this data? How do we store it? How is the architecture in place? Do we have a privacy by design or a security by design? Not just an afterthought in thinking about cybersecurity or privacy, but ensuring that when we're building the systems and the processes, it is built with those considerations. And right across the organization, we have to have adequate training and protection. And not just having a PowerPoint as a training or a video, but really testing end users. Would you click on a link? Would you identify this phishing email? Would you visit this Wi-Fi and connect on it and share information? And then zero-day attacks. So these are attacks that you can't really plan for. Attackers are researching, identifying vulnerabilities and weaknesses in applications, in hardwares, and then they're exploiting it. So typically they exploit the vulnerabilities and then the vendors or the suppliers would identify the vulnerabilities and then patch it. So there's always been a step ahead. And that's why we need to adequately patch our systems, have a process in place. These are just some examples of zero-day vulnerabilities. So last year, the Move It would have been a common one. But as you can see, even security systems, tools that we use on a day-to-day basis, everybody might use Microsoft Outlook. Are you properly patching and updating those tools? If not, you may be vulnerable. And these are some of the ways that we can identify vulnerabilities. So you can literally take these frameworks. Someone around the back there said that their organization is using NIST. You can download these frameworks. You can utilize them as a part of your audit program and incorporate them. PCI, Vendor Security Alliance, VSA, ISO 27000. And if you want to get a little more technical, then you can go into like OWASP. So Open Web Application Security Project. CIS controls if you have any cloud assets or infrastructure based. NIST again, SANS Top 25. But we have to be aware of all of these technology and frameworks. And you have to ask the questions to the IT team, to the developers. What are they utilizing to secure the applications or the network? What policies, what frameworks are in place? Are you doing patching? Are you doing security assessments? How are you staying informed? And from our research, based on some of the security assessments that we have done over the last 3 years, 42% of the time we're able to exploit an environment or an application because it's improperly configured. See the example I gave you with the admin? That is real. That's a default settings. It could be on a printer, it could be on a server, on a network device. We are still seeing those instances. 16% relates to patch management. Not applying the proper patches, not updating your systems, or applying the patches but not restarting your machine. This was in 2022. 360 billion cyber attacks in the Caribbean. Then 200 billion. It went down in numbers, however, it was more targeted attacks that happened last year. And right here in Jamaica, 43 million. And we can see that 2024, we have had more successful cyber attacks in the Caribbean. Over the last 2 months, 5 reported that I've known about. There are unreported. And if that's not scary enough, then we have AI. Right? It doesn't need to eat like we. Doesn't need to sleep. 24/7, automated, identifying vulnerabilities. It has machine learning. How are we going to be combating this? And we're seeing more and more instances of organizations leveraging AI. 50% of organizations says they're already using AI. And in 2025, 75% will be utilizing some form of AI in their processes. And they expect to see about a 40% improvement in efficiency. So it's not going away, you know. It is here to stay. And we have to think about how are we going to govern this. So we have the business and the technology, right? We're speaking about ESG earlier. That's great. But what about specifically around AI? Do we have a strategy in place? Do we have a roadmap? How are we, as the audit committee, going to be aware of AI technology? How are we going to review it? How is our audit programs going to look? Are we going to start looking at the policies and procedures? What frameworks are we going to be recommending? Stuart mentioned the training. But how are we going to roll that out across the organization? How are we going to be monitoring the risks associated with AI? And how are we going to be protecting ourselves against the dangers of AI? Remember, we're only focusing on the positives, right? But what about the cyber attackers that's utilizing AI? You have voice cloning. I can have a conversation with you, record your voice, train the AI to start speaking like you. Or I can download a YouTube video, upload that in the AI, and start training it to have the conversation just by typing. You have deep fakes. So instead of just using voice, you can use video also. And you will see the video moving the mouth, opening the eyes, having a conversation. And there have been instances of deep fake attacks successfully having a conversation with a banker asking them to transfer X amount of millions. And we can manipulate image. Very easy. Upload the original image, and by a click of a button, you can manipulate it. And we have seen this around social media. And reconnaissance, I showed you some of the vulnerabilities that we would have identified. That's utilizing botnets and AI. And not to pick on Trump or Camilla, but this is using AI to generate these images. Doesn't this look real? The context may be fake, right? But the picture itself looks real, right? So imagine someone taking a picture of you, utilizing AI to manipulate that. That's the world that we're in right now. Imagine 2 years' time when the technology even increases and improves. And this is utilizing AI. So I do have an audio. Let's see if it's playing. I'm not hearing the audio. However, this is utilizing AI to do deep fake. And it looks like Morgan Freeman.
Makes
You see the
sense
mouth
of the
moving like
information
Morgan
our
Freeman.
senses receive.
Sounds like Morgan Freeman.
If you can see, hear, taste, or smell something, does that make it real? Or is it simply the ability to feel? I would like to welcome you to the era of synthetic reality. Now, what do you see?
And that's simply using artificial intelligence. So in wrapping up, we need to have a process in place to identify. This is using NIST, by the way. How are we going to identify risk and vulnerabilities? If we identify them, what measures are we putting in place to protect them? Do we know all the assets that we have, all the infrastructure? Is it on-premise? Is it cloud-based? What about mobile phones, laptops, servers? How can we detect these attacks and vulnerabilities? What tools and processes do we have in place? So after we have identified all of our landscape, how are we going to protect them? How often are we going to check? If there is a security incident, how are we going to respond to that incident? Do we have the expertise in-house? Do we need to contact someone else? Do we have the tools to properly respond, to segment that vulnerability? How are we going to recover? So let's say a ransomware hit our organization. Do we have the backups in place to adequately recover? Or are we going to pay the ransom and hope that we get the decrypt key? Do not pay the ransom. So in closing, ensure that we practice some of these security items at a minimum. Strong passwords, multi-factor authentication, security awareness training, having security tools enabled, AI-based security tools or machine learning. Don't think about your traditional endpoint security. You need a tool that will be able to identify vulnerabilities and weaknesses that are 0 day. And you need to get tested. We as the committee can ensure that tests are being done, right? We can recommend that we're looking on these areas. that you must do a vulnerability assessment, you must do a cybersecurity assessment, you must do a privacy assessment. So coining your audit programs, we have to ensure that we're testing all of these areas. And that's it. Any questions? Or I can continue. See a question over. So I hope that was enlightening and scary, but it's the real world. This is what's happening right here in Jamaica. A lot of these attacks are happening right now.
Yes, sorry, Banks, with the emergence of banks and other financial institutions changing their mode of authentication to fingerprints, moving to even retina scan, and the varying applications that we have on our phone that we try to mimic our face and our retina and so forth, do you see the possibility of AI now being able to generate actual biometrics?
So good question, and let me approach it this way. So AI is actually used to verify like your Face ID, your fingerprints. So that's one angle of using AI. AI can also be used to do the voice cloning that I demonstrated. It can also be used to do the deep fake. So let's say we have our smartphone, and we have done this in our labs. The success rate is very low, but it is possible, because you would have to get like a 3D printing of your face, and then you would have to layer your actual image on it. But if you have a picture, you can use AI to open the eyes and to do the movements. Most of the times it's going to fail if you put that picture in front of the phone to try and do the verification. But there is a possibility that in the future, the success rate will increase. So that's kind of how they're utilizing AI to try and do those attacks. When it comes on to like fingerprint, if your fingerprint is compromised, how are you going to change your fingerprint? So that's one of the things with biometric also. It's not like a password. If your password is compromised, you can change the password, right? So we always recommend having multi-factor authentication. So don't just depend on passwords and fingerprint alone, but you may also want to have another layer in place. So same like your facial ID. If your facial ID is compromised, maybe you can grow a beard or you can do some cosmetic surgery, right? But it's going to be difficult for you to change your verification. And with AI, it's going to eventually get to a space where the success rate will increase in terms of attackers leveraging that technology to try and think that it's you, but it's really not you. Any more questions? That's one right there.
1, 2. Afternoon. So, based on your presentation, it appears that the audit committee needs to have a skill set that can ask some of those questions about the server, the backup, this. It appears mandatory that every committee must have somebody who can ask those kind of specific questions. With the shortage of such skills in Jamaica, how are we going to combat it? The fact is, if somebody just does not have that skill set, they just don't have it. They have different skill set in their accounting, in their finances, in their management, governance, risk. But those are specific questions that need to be asked. They are emerging risks. They are coming up. I don't know, how do we navigate that to ensure that these things are there in the committee?
So I know a few years ago, the audit committee would have recommended that at least one member on the team be in the field of IT or IT audits. And that's a step in terms of getting the knowledge in there. However, everybody has to have some fundamental understanding of IT and cybersecurity. So there are certifications and trainings out there that can help you in terms of understanding it. And even if you don't want to go down the certification route, there are fundamental training courses that will provide you with those. I did show you some of the frameworks. If you literally go on the website for some of these frameworks, you can download the entire framework and it will present it in an audit program. Meaning this is a test procedure, this is the step, this is the expected results. You can take that step in terms of understanding some of the areas. Some of it will be very technical, so you would have to consult someone that is actually in the field, so like me or anyone from SIMTI from the cybersecurity perspective. There is also the other angle that you can take and ensure that your internal audit team is supplemented or augmented with someone that has that expertise. But in Jamaica, there are, I would say, enough persons that can provide you with some recommendation and some insights when it comes on to IT and cybersecurity. All right. Thank you.
Thank you again to Mr. Ebanks. He did say it was a scary presentation, but I want to say it was a call to awareness, call to proactivity, call to practicing the mitigating risk, call to training and development where we need it, right? Knowledge is power. At this time, we'll have the final presentation to close out this segment, and our presenter is Mr. David Hall. The topic being explored is steering through complexity, the Audit Committee's future in risk and compliance. Mr. Hall is the past president of the Institute of Internal Auditors, IIA. He is a highly experienced management professional with a wealth of experience in international consulting, information technology, and auditing. He has a proven track record in operations and IT strategy, business process transformation, corporate governance, and risk management. Mr. Hall is a member of the PSOJ, IIA, and Information Systems Audit and Control Association. He is currently Managing Director at DC Consultants and Associates. Please receive the presentation of Mr. David Hall.
So no, carry the clicker so you can press it. No, I need it. No, it's not coming up yet. Yeah, but him saying we run it from down there. You have the presentation now. Okay, all right. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So it's good to see so many familiar faces, and I'm the gap between you and lunch. Okay. So I will make sure I bear that in mind. I want to thank the Committee Suzette and Hope and others who have asked me to participate in this very important conference. And now that Rory has scared you appropriately, right? It's my job to now see how can we, with all that information, navigate. Steering through complexities, the Audit Committee's future in risk and compliance. All right, so I am now working through, as a consultant, helping companies to understand some of the complexities that are involved in audit, involved in risk, and all those things that require business transformation. So we're going to talk through a couple of things this afternoon. Kind of run through them. What is the things that are causing us to have the complexity of risk and compliance, the evolving role of the Audit Committee, the role of the Audit Committee in the new global standards, because new standards are coming up. So I'll just touch on that, and then really want to get in some of the questions that the Audit Committee should ask, because that's where I think we can now add some value and moving forward. All right, so talk about steering. So in the old days, I don't know if they still do this in terms of reminding how you drive. So it's 2:45, I believe. And then you have, the next one is what? 1:50, right? So we learned. Boy, I don't know. The taximen I see, though, they have 1 o'clock because one hand is outside the door. So it has nothing to do with what we learned in terms of driving properly. It's so funny, when I prepared this, I did it before I watched TV last night. And they were talking about all the potholes that are across Jamaica and trying to fix them. So this one shows what happens to you when you hit into one of those potholes. Audit committee members, guess what? That's what we're talking about today. How are we going to navigate the complex environment around risk, compliance, and other things? Some quick definitions. Corporate governance, I want to start there, which really is the system of the rules, policies, practices, and the processes by which a company is directed and controlled. Important to have a good governance structure. You have to start there. And that's where a lot of things go wrong. There's no governance, no clarity of roles and responsibilities. Risk, the probability of an event occurring, which will impact the achievement of objectives. When I teach risk, I break it right down to that. Because risk is against your objectives. So if you don't have objectives, you won't even know what your risks are. You're shooting in the air. So you have to know what your objectives are. That's what risk is. Enterprise risk now says, do we have a formal process across the organization to capture risks in all of our areas? So that's enterprise-wide. So a lot of companies are talking about risk, but not enterprise. And so you are capturing risks all in one area. ERM is a formal framework across the organization. And then compliance program a company sets in place for understanding what your policies and your procedures are in order for you to comply. So a lot of times when we don't comply, we don't have a compliance program. We don't even know what we should comply with. The BOJ, the FSC, and so you're operating in an environment where you are lacking a full understanding. Audit committee members, we have a great responsibility. I've had an opportunity over my career to probably about 20 or more different audit committees that I've had to report to as a CIA, and here and overseas, all over. So we're going to bring to the discussion from being on the committee and also being in the internal audit role, the CIA, to report to them. So let's quickly talk about a couple key things. What is causing this growing complexity of risk and compliance? Well, guess what? We have our evolving regulatory landscape. You know, it's driving a lot of stuff, expanding, more globalized. not only in Jamaica, Caribbean, and you're operating worldwide. Data privacy, anti-money laundering, and financial reporting standards are changing. ESG coming on the horizon. We just had a very elaborate discussion from Rory and Stuart regarding technology, AI. That's causing the whole matter of risk and compliance for companies. The Internet of Things. You can bring different application, different hardware into your environment. How is it going to impact you? Cybersecurity. And all of those things are having serious implication. You mentioned ransomware, but you also have phishing, smishing, data breaches. All these things are causing a greater complexity to the whole matter of risk and compliance. We talk about next emerging risks, cybersecurity, threats, data privacy, artificial intelligence, geographical instability all over. These are causing you and I greater concern as to what you're doing as an audit committee member. We talk about CSR, corporate social responsibility. We have seen where that has had an impact on companies, where we are operating, spending money, and not accounting for it, giving to our alma maters and stuff, and it comes back to bite us at some stage because there's no governance, there's no policy. We now have ESG, environmental, social, and governance. Key, big topic. We see it now on, I think the Jamaica Chamber of Commerce introduced that as one of their categories recently. And I sit on the Jamaica Stock Exchange Governance Committee, and so it's a part of best practice. Change in landscape, ethical considerations, you know, the tone at the top. What's the tone at the top of your organization? What's the tone at the top at the audit committee? Is it not listening, not unilateral? Is that the tone at the top of the board? That means we'll never know what's going on. That's to change. And that leads to poor decision making. It only impacts us when it becomes reputational damage. And we have to try and clamber to change that. Lack of ethical policies, you know. So many things, more. Complexity of supply chain, third-party risks. We saw that during the pandemic. We had something called concentration risk. That's when you concentrate too much of your entity, too much of your decisions in one area. So you concentrated your purchasing out of Japan, China. When their ports closed, lockdown, to this day, some companies have not been able to recover. Concentration risk. And so the whole supply chain, EY did a study in 2020, and they said 72% of companies had disruptions in their supply chain. Did you? Think about it. Found a lot of issues there. People are ordering from fictitious suppliers. I did an audit in Cayman a couple of years ago, and when we went to the place where the vendor was, it was an open lot. Overbilling. People are saying they got invoice and they were billing and they were paying much more than they should. Prices were being marked up, and then you order and you never get it and you can't find it. So many issues that's caused us over the complexity of supply chain. And then we talk about operational and organizational complexity. Mergers. I was with the credit union, CNWJ, and when I was there, we did 4 mergers. And this is what's going on in the credit union field now. CNWJ, right, is now looking to become what? The largest, if that merger goes through. I was there before that happened, so I'm proud of, I won't call her name, but the CEO, a young lady who grew up in the credit union who is driving that. Complexity. Companies did some mergers when I was overseas. And when they looked, they got a shell because somebody took the entire customer base with them. Yeah? Data overload, big data. So much data coming through on us. So much data to be processed. Many of us have gone through situations where the CIS, the Customer Information System, pure problems. Why? There was no definition of how we entered information. So some enter Mr. Hall, some enter Master Hall, some enter David Hall, some enter Anthony Hall. So when you try and find somebody, guess what? Can't find. Big data now is crazy. So we can't allow the organization to run ahead without standards. Real-time monitoring, meaning that we have to make sure that we're on top of our game. Few more. Driving the complexity of what? Risk. Probability of an event occurring that can have an impact on your objectives. The cost of compliance is also expensive. You're going to spend money to comply, put in the tools and the persons. So sometimes we say, you know what, I can't bother spend it until, guess what, something happens. We have to be aware that risk is increasing and also finding the right persons. Probably can't find the right expertise of people to drive your compliance program who understands. And then guess what? If you're on the stock exchange, the increased scrutiny of your investors. People are checking you out. They're not going to invest in shares if they don't have confidence in the company. So you have to start to ask yourself, am I on an audit committee where there's no confidence in the company that I'm the audit committee chair or member of? What is causing that? We hear it on the road. So you now have to be, and the word I'm coming to is proactive. Poor management will eventually impact. So right back to my topic. The complexity of risk and compliance is no longer a challenge that businesses can ignore. It's a matter of what? Survival. I left my iPhone on the table. Not because I'm showing off, because it needs to be upgraded. What came before iPhone? A berry? Anybody remember that? A BlackBerry. But guess what? They didn't respond to the customers. iPhone took over. So you're the audit committee chair of a company. Your job is to ensure that you do your part for the company to survive. Next slide. So my next thing is, having brought in context what is causing that growth in the complexity of risk and compliance, the evolving role of the audit committee. This little table is great for me. I've used it many times. So the audit committee, which is a subcommittee of the board, oversees the internal audit, those two back legs, and the external audit. And then management executes based on the direction of the board. So, quickly, the traditional roles of the audit committee, we know that the oversight of financial reporting, financial statements, internal audit, external audit, risk-based planning, we oversee that currently, ensuring that we focus on the key risk areas. Oversight of internal controls. At the end of the day, we should be able to give some kind of statement as to the efficiency and effectiveness of the control environment that you operate in. You know that, right? You know that, right? But if you didn't know, you should. At the end of the year, you should be able to give that kind of stamp of approval or not. So some of the areas that we're evolving to now, you have to now get into, as an audit committee, oversight of cyber and technology risk. You have to, so what Rory and Stuart spoke about. The thing is, you might not have the expertise, and I agree. That's one of the things I think we should be going. Because the audit committee is one of the things that you must have a financial expert. Certainly where we're going now, you need to have an IT expert on the audit committee. You need to have somebody who understands a little bit more than normal. I'm going to come to trading later, but oversight. Secondly, ESG, audit committees. You must put in your focus an understanding of ESG. I'll come to some of the things later because you might not, you're not driving. Remember, the audit committee doesn't drive anything. You are oversight. who you drive it through is your internal audit department. So that risk-based plan that you get, you can no longer just say, accept what you get. When you get that plan for the year, these are questions you have to start asking. Where is ESG? Because the company is doing that. What you're doing about cyber and technology, those things must be asked at that time when that audit plan comes to you. Compliance with new regulations, anti-money laundering, the audit committee must take a proactive role, both domestic and international. Traditional, again, oversight of compliance. We're doing that. Oversight of ethics. Should be doing that. So those on the left, you should be, but if you're not doing it, this is a wake-up call. If you're not asking those questions, this is a wake-up call. I'm adding on the right now other things that you should be doing and probing and asking questions about, because the complexity of risk and compliance is blowing us out of the water. You can't wait until something happens at your company, then you react. That's what we're here for today, and I'm glad for the opportunity to kind of put it in perspective. Other things now that you need to be looking at. Does your company have any kind of whistleblower protection? Do you have a policy? How do people report what they see? Is there a clear process? If they see something going wrong, how do they report it? The government has a policy. You should be asking your auditors, your chief auditor, what have you done about that? And then go to your CEO, the person who is now driving the administration of the company, because you have access to that person also. What are you doing about whistleblowing? Integration with risk. You know what's happening now? Some companies, the audit committee is now audit and risk committee. Do you know that? They're merging the two. Why? Anybody knows why quickly? There's synergy, correct, but there's also lack of expertise. So they might not be able to find separate expertise to have a risk committee by itself. So they bring it into the audit who already has an element of risk. I know a number of companies are doing, I've worked with them. What you do is change your policy. Your charter must now speak to the two. How are you going to work? You have the risk come in first, go through with them, they leave, and then you have audit. You decide, but your charter has to be changed to support the operation of audit and risk. If not, you keep them separate. You have an audit committee and you have a risk committee, right? But the last one is saying, the time has come for collaboration. It's one value. And that collaboration doesn't start at the audit committee. It starts at the internal audit function. So what we have grown up to be is independent to the point where it affects our companies. So we are audit and we don't talk to risk. Those days are gone. Can I say it again? Those days are gone. Why? Because at the end of the day, when we look at our definition, it is to what? Add value. Still independent, but what we should be doing is the ERM that reports up to the management. We report dually to management and audit committee. But in the risk-based planning, we should be incorporating the top risks as one of the other components in our assessment. It doesn't mean you're going to do every single one of them, because somebody else could be driving some of those other areas to give coverage. So what you should be doing is taking those risks as a variable. Remember, when we do the risk-based planning, look at past audits, look at the management capital spending. We talk to the CEO. We have a number of variables that we put. I am saying one other variable in our risk-based planning are the top risks coming out of our ERM process that we put into our process so we can decide where we're going. So that's important. All right, then last one on the roll that we're adding to it now is where we have globalization and the cross-border oversight. So I've worked with a number of companies that are regional and some are global. So the audit committee is there, and let me just say something here. You might say, Mr. Hall, I work and I serve in a particular ministry. So therefore, we are local. I'm saying to you, just like how you think about your career, you might not always be local. You could end up in another company, or your company could expand to region or to global. So you have to start thinking that way from now. What are the regulatory changes in other jurisdictions that could impact the organization? You see, Bolt had a challenge, when he was running to run because of taxes in the UK. So I'm saying, think about that, and cross-border risks. I'm working with companies that have cross-border risks. How do those risks impact the organization? Exchange rate and other things. So let me take 2 minutes now and then just see what's going on with the 2025 standards coming up. Okay. Oversight, first one, of internal audit, looks pretty much the same, right? Approving the charter, approving the risk-based plan. Okay, that's one. I was still doing that. Review the internal audit's independence and objectivity. Right, next slide. So we want to make sure that the internal auditors are independent, just as we want to ensure the audit committee members and the board are independent in their operation. Third one, assessment of internal audit resources. Do we have the right resources? That's a big challenge. How can we, in this day and age, have an internal audit department without an IT auditor? You answering me? Whether they can't afford to or not, that's what I'm saying. The CAEs, through the audit committees, must make appropriate recognition and request for that to happen. It's a big risk. Your entire audit program could flop. So it should be a risk that's rated high and raise the audit committee, and the audit committee chairs should help to carry that to the organization for the budget. You might not have to start with the best. Not up here bring people in from IT, they train them, and over time they become their IT auditors. But you cannot be running an IT audit program in this day and age without understanding the IT and technology risks. Do you agree with me? You don't sound like you agree. Number 4, the reports. We spoke about that, Listen, auditors, audit committees, drive your audit CAEs to reduce those reports. Pressure them as they pressured me. Get your reports down. You must have an executive summary, 2 pages. 2 pages, maximum 3. That exec summary states the key risks in the report. A CEO on the plane can read it in a few minutes. I see some here. That's them nodding. The reports must be now relevant. Don't stop pushing until it changes. Put the standards, get templates that says this is how it should be. The exec summary, then the details. You approve those reports. How can you get reports and there's no management response? That's what Mr. Chambers was saying. I worked with him. You cannot have audit reports, audit committee chairs. Are you hearing me? You cannot have audit reports coming to you without management responses. You have an avenue to the head of the company. You have to let them understand the importance. And audit reports outstanding with all 6 months, 1 year. If you're going to be effective audit committee chairman and audit committee member, this has to change. Or report it to the board. We are the direct mediator for that. Risk management and control. Work close with, as I said, with risk management, bringing in their significant risks. The external auditors, again, a kind of Chinese wall that has to change. You're paying them. Who paying them? The company paying them. So they have to now change and work with internal audit a little bit more. So when we are finished, our audit plan reflects what internal auditors will focus on and what external auditors will focus on for the benefit of the company. All right, and then that's ethical conduct. These are all in the 2025 standards. They have been emphasized for us to make sure that we have more effective audit committees. Ethical conduct and reporting channel. Do you have a code of ethics? Does your audit department embrace the code of ethics of the IIA? I've gone to audit departments, they say they've never seen it. So if you're not a CIA or you're not a member, you can't know. So one of the things audit committee chairs, your audit teams should be members of the IIA. Second area I'm saying that we must push for. There's group membership that they offer. You can't have auditors who don't know what the standards are. You can't have auditors and audit departments that are not operating with the highest level of understanding. Audit committee chairs and audit committee members, you have to drive for that, so that our audit departments can be as efficient as they can be. All right, so I'm wrapping up now. Last couple of things. Next slide. Okay. So I think for this to be effective, you need to ask some questions, because you are not the expert. And you can't go into the company and do anything. Remember that. It has to be done through the internal audit departments. So you must now ask the relevant questions of your CAE. A couple of them now, let's go. All right, first one is risk management. These are questions to ask. Does the company have a formal ERM framework? I work with a lot of companies. It's a framework for the entire organization. How does the ERM process integrate with your other governance processes, such as compliance, audit, financial reporting? How often is the framework updated? Once a year? Every 2 years? That should certainly be aligned with your policy for updating across the company. Have you defined your risk appetite? You know what that is? I know your appetite for lunch is coming up. Your risk appetite is the amount of risk you're prepared to take in the achievement of objectives. Do you know the risk that your company is taking? Many companies have gone on bearing bank, and a lot of companies, because those investors, those guys did more than they should, beyond the risk tolerance of the company. That's something that should be defined, not by the audit committee, but by the company. So you should ask the company for that. Have you defined your risk appetite as a part of your ERM framework? And the risk tolerance will tell you how far the boundaries you have. What are your risk mitigation strategies? These are questions to ask. That's where internal audit comes in. Have you looked at these key risks that they have raised? What are the controls? And how does the ERM influence your strategic planning? A big gap for companies. We're planning without understanding the risks. So we plan in November, right, for next year. These big plans, but there are some risks that we have not looked at. A quick one, you're in sales, you made 100 million last year. The board says good, you give you a stretch for 150 for next year. So 2025 it's 150 million. But guess what? In the 100, one person brought in 75 million. A great salesman. You didn't think about concentration risk. In February, a company takes him. Your entire plan is gone. So you're planning strategy without understanding risk. Quickly now, risk culture. How does the organization promote a risk-aware culture? Culture is the habit, the behavior. So you might be going one way, but the organization going a different way. What training programs or initiatives are in place to educate employees about ERM? Probing questions. Is there a whistleblower policy in place? How do people report on risks? That's a big issue about your culture, because the culture can influence bad behavior. And listen, if bad behavior goes unchecked, the next time you hear about it, it's reputational damage. Technology, quickly, just 3 questions that I have. Rory certainly would have raised some. And there are so many more, but I'll leave these 3 with you. How does the organization manage risks related to information technology, cybersecurity, data privacy within the ERM framework? These risks should come out of the framework. So your IT risk register should have these risks and questions answered. How does the company assess and manage risks related to emerging technology? The same thing. AI, so you don't have to get yourself worried too much yet about you knowing AI. What you must be worried about, does the company understand emerging risks, and have they considered that in their planning going forward? That's your question as audit committee members. What steps are taken to ensure that the company's data and IT systems are resilient to disruptions and meet regulatory and security requirements? I'm saying audit committee members. I sat there, my background is IT, so I said, okay. But I know that half of the persons in this room who are not IT, where they're saying, my Lord, have mercy. As a matter of fact, some of you might be saying, I'm going to look to tender my resignation tomorrow because I'm not equipped. Don't worry. Mr. Hall is here to rescue you. Because I've been on that side. I'm saying to you, get the questions, ask the questions. And when you ask the question, you look bright. All right, so that's for technology. These 3 alone, these 3 questions alone, your CIO will stand up and think about it differently as an audit committee. Okay, last one, set. Fraud. Ever thought about that? Quickly. Has management conducted a thorough fraud risk assessment? Fraud risk covers everything. Ask the question, let them answer you. What are the identified fraud risks that could impact the organization? And big, how are these risks being mitigated? Are there specific fraud risk scenarios identified in high-risk areas? Revenue recognition, procurement, financial reporting, executive compensation. Big areas of fraud. How effective are our segregation of duties, approval processes, and authorization levels in mitigating fraud risks? What reports does the audit committee receive related to fraud risks? Ask for them. That's what you're there for. Let them come back to you with it. Which fraud incidents have occurred? And what controls does management have in place? And my last question on fraud is the audit committee satisfied that the company's fraud prevention and detection mechanisms are comprehensive and effective? Compliance. Questions to ask. Back to our question as asked, the complexity as we drive risk and compliance. Compliance framework. Is there a clear and up-to-date compliance program in place? You cannot leave your audit committee and serve for a year and don't know the answer to that. Regulatory changes. How does the organization stay informed and adapt to change? You know one thing you should ask? Make sure you are aware of the regulations that the company that you work with have to respond to. If you're in health, what are those regulations? If you're in finance, what are those regulations? So you must ask them as an audit committee, get them, then you ask them, are we covered for these regulatory requirements? Risk assessment. What are the key compliance risks? How are they managed? Monitoring. How is compliance performance monitored? And are there reports? Internal audit. Are internal audit controls effective in preventing compliance violations? Training. Is there ongoing training for employees, compliance training? Third-party compliance. How does the organization ensure that third-party complies with regulations? So your vendors, all your third-party person, big risk. I had a big discussion with somebody the other day, I can't go through all of it. But they felt that once you have given over to like a third party, your risk is ended. And they said, that's what the industry that they are in says. I brought to their attention, yes, but if something happens, they could come back to your company. It's a big reputational damage. Whistleblower, management commitment. How committed is your senior management to maintain it? All right, so my last slide here says, some of the training that I think the audit committee should, addition to what you already know, your financial and stuff, Audit committee effectiveness. How effective is the audit committee? It's almost like what we're saying to boards now. Boards must now evaluate themselves. Do you know that? That's what's going on now. Good board, every good board does a self-evaluation or they get someone to do it, get the feedback and see where they're improving. Audit committee chairman, look into yourself. Who's sing a song? Is who sing a song? So somebody see, who sing it, man? Somebody look into your eyes. Tell me what I see. Ra 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 ra. Ra 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 me. No, I see it on ER. That's why. I didn't go to his last concert. Listen, man, audit committee effectiveness. The onus is on you. Audit committee chairs, leave here with a different vote. Risk. The risk should be a part of the company's ERM framework. When I do the training, I train the board, audit committee, then I train the senior management, then I train the process owners, the one who owns the risk registers. Then I have a lunch and learn or a brown bag with our employees. When I'm finished training with ERM, and I have a number of companies I've done that too, the training goes right through. And the board is signed off on the policy, but the CEO is accountable. Fraud. Training on fraud. You need to know a little bit about that. IT governance, IT risk, IT security. Not to become experts, but enough to get an idea. The compliance program, if the company has a compliance program, let the CAE come and train the board or the person in the company who is a compliance manager. You don't have to go outside. Let that person come and train the board and tell them what is going on with the compliance program. You know something called QAIP? Quality Assurance Improvement Program. Every 5 years, the internal audit department should be reviewed as a standard. I'm working on that now and working to let's get that up. So you yourself can have more assurance of the work that is being done by internal audit. And then you should have, I agree, you should have an expert on the audit committee. In conclusion, audit committees must be what? Proactive, not reactive. To effectively steer their organizations through the complexities of modern risk and compliance challenges. The future of risk management is not just about responding to challenges. It's about anticipating and preparing for them. The audit committee must lead the way. Thank you very much. I'll take 2 questions before you go off lunch. Any questions? Going once? Going, Peter? Peter has a question right here. I know him because we serve on the IA committee together. So Peter, don't ask me a hard question. I'll take Peter and then one more, and then I take my seat. And you can see me afterwards, and we're able to help you. Yes, Peter.
Yes, you mentioned that you should have an IT audit person in each.
That's what I'm thinking now. That has to be policy, though.
Right.
So hope is here and Suzette is here.
It has been shown that they are hard to come by, and when you get them, they are expensive.
Yes.
So one of the moves that is happening is that there is training with the already existing auditors to do IT audits, because there are some aspects of IT auditing that the typical auditor in the department can do, such as auditing an application. There are certain domains there that they can use, for example, COBIT, and conduct a thorough review of the applications. And in fact, some of these applications overlap with regular operational audits.
Absolutely.
So that's one way of filling
Getting some from the inside, train them up.
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. I fully agree with that. And there are avenues for that. So once we can do such discussion, it can start there. Start there. Any other questions? There's another question? Or are you just saying hi to me? Is that a question, my dear? No, that question. Just saying hi. Hi, how are you? All right, I think that's it. I know it seems that everybody wants to go for lunch now. So enjoy lunch, and you can see me anytime after. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Mr. Hall. Very good presentation. Agree? And I'm sure that we can all agree that right across the three presentations this afternoon, the narrative is consistent. Proactivity, awareness, agility, adaptability, good governance, and most importantly, we are learning that training and development at this point is key and very crucial. The role of the audit committee is evolving with the changing trends and the emerging risk, and we have to stay on top of our. Amen. So listen now, there's a looming risk that is in the room, and that's called hunger. And the risk level is very high, and the mitigating measure is lunch. So might I say, at this time, we're going to be going for lunch. So lunch will be buffet style, and you'll be going back to the same area that you went to for break. So I might just say, go ahead, enjoy lunch, fill up your belly, come back so that we can close this program for this afternoon. The risk tolerance is low. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that we get ourselves settled so that we can reconvene our program for this evening. I know some of us are wrapping up our meals, and some of us have already finished eating. So, I'll just give you a minute. Okay, so I trust that we have all been refreshed. Did we enjoy lunch? Was lunch good? Okay, awesome. So we have all been refreshed, and I'm sure that we're now refueled to take on the final leg of this, what I would want to call an empowering, enriching, enlightening, informative conference. So far, this 2024 staging has been good, if I might take the liberty to say so. We were privy to some very good presentations, and we do have 2 final presentations for this afternoon. But just before I introduce our first presenter in this final segment of the program, I did promise you that I have some prizes and surprises and giveaways for you. So for those of you who were registered earlier, you would have been provided with the conference link. Does everybody have the conference link? Yes? Yes? Right. So the conference link will take you to the chat, and there you will see some questions. There's a form with some questions that you need to answer. And those persons who are able to answer the questions correctly, you will be recipients of prizes this evening. So the winners will be announced at the end of the program. So you can go ahead, access the conference link, go ahead and answer the questions. And that part of the activity is open to both those who are present here and those who are online. So for the participants who are online, you can go ahead as well and access the Google form with the questions and see if you might be the recipient of one of the prizes that we have to offer this evening. So those who are in the room, I have a prize to give away to someone who is in the room. So I am going to ask the person who is able to tell me who said what, right? So we had 3 presenters earlier. So this is now testing if you were actually listening and observing and if you took your notes, right? So one presenter mentioned, this is what you will have to tell me, who said what, okay? So one presenter mentioned this one. He mentioned some steps. It included planning, detection, analyzing, containment, eradication, and recovery. Wow, I like the bright students, you know. All right, so that the students are, okay, the students around the back, I see 2 hands there. So you're going to listen first, you know. So if you know the answer, write it down, because you're going to have to come and tell me. Where's my person who assists me with the mic? So get the mic ready, cue the mic. So who said what? Tell me who mentioned that. And then another presenter mentioned that one of the roles of the audit committee in driving changes is to become a change agent. Okay? I said the class bright, you know. And then there was another presenter who throughout the presentation, you heard recurring mention of enterprise risk management, environmental, social, and concentration risk. So I'm going to be fair because the first two hands I saw were right around the back at that table. So I'm going to ask the first person to take the mic and let me see who is the brightest boy or girl in the class this afternoon. Go ahead.
Okay, so my answer is Mr. Rory Ebanks.
For the first one?
For the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And for the second one,
or they're going to share the prize.
Okay, so for the second one that speak about the change agent is Stuart Hilton.
Okay, very good.
and the next one would be David All.
All right, put your hands together for them. Very good. So you will get your prize at the end of this session. So at this time, we're going to run into the final leg of this program as promised. And I invite to the lectern none other than Mr. Bancroft Thomas. He is the audit coordinator for Audit Committees Internal Audit Directorate, and he will be giving us the overview of Audit Committee's performance. Please put your hands together for him.
Good day to all. Yes, good afternoon. Trust you're enjoying yourselves. That's my machine falling. Need a stopper right here. All right. Great. All right, so today we'll be looking at the annual consolidated report for the year ended 2023-24, and that is March 23-24, to be precise. I promise you I will be as quick as possible today. All right? All right, because I know you want to get out. All right, so executive summary. Are you seeing that slide properly? You are? Look a little small. All right, nevertheless, let me read for you. All right, so there are some recurring issues, and we are saying here several audit committees highlighted, recurring issues with timeliness and the quality of management responses. There are reporting infractions that were highlighted, breaches and non-compliance with prescribed policies within the MDAs. And when we speak of MDAs, we're talking about ministries, department, agencies. I'm sure, all persons are aware of that. For the participation, in terms of committee participation, as of March 31st, 2024, there were 30 audit committees with approximately 200 active members. 23 committees submitted their annual reports. Not good. Not good. Let me say that again. So I am imploring, I am urging that we improve on this going forward. So I'm expecting to get all annual reports for the end of March next year. Well, it's due July. But if you can prepare it before, I'll take them. So I need your cooperation, I need your support, because as you see here, we do consolidate the reports, and it's very critical. It's very, very important for us to be able to have this information so that we can we utilize this information in a number of ways. This information is also submitted to the Cabinet Secretary, and it is also tabled in Parliament. So it's not to be taken that, okay, we just get the report, throw it down, and do nothing with it. All reports are read, all reports are analyzed, and we'll go through them in detail. And so there may be some matters that we have to elevate. There may be some matters that may inform certain decisions, policy-wise, etc. So you have to give us that support. We need that support. So I'm imploring that all reports are submitted. I know there are some committees that have challenges, but we'll speak about that. All right? And we'll try to assist as much as we can in that regard. All right, so meeting attendance, that's another thing that we need to do some improvement in. I know that 98% of all the committees had meetings, but there were some that, and when I say audit meetings, there are actually 50% only that had 4 meetings. Again, audit committee effectiveness, one of the measures of that is your meeting. You have to meet at least once per quarter, because if you are not meeting, how are you then engaging? How are you then looking at the reports? Or are you then dealing with the follow-up, the matters that are of importance? Remember, the ministry department agency needs that support. The internal auditors need that support. You have to meet. I can't stress that enough. And Chairman, I hear a presenter earlier really emphasize on the chairman, so I won't stress you much. But listen, it was nicely done. Thank you. Yes, I agree. But you have to, learn, do a little more in this area. You can delegate to the vice chair. And even if a vice chair was on your committee and the person is no longer there, or that person is unable to carry out that meeting for you, you could also appoint someone else and ask them to hold the meeting for you. So I'm speaking to the chairman. You can ask the vice chair, let me stress that, to hold that meeting if you are not able. So when you see the quarter, the quarter is coming up and you realize you're really tied up, I'm asking you, ask the vice chair to assist you, okay? Very, very key that you hold those meetings, all right? And I'm also asking for persons to attend the meetings, support the meetings. It is very important that you understand this is a teamwork. So teamwork means team, and it means that you need all persons on board. So I'm making that, that real appeal that you attend the meetings, please. It is not good to have meetings and when you look, there's just a few persons who are always attending. And that is not, it's not very supportive, and then it doesn't allow you to effectively operate. So I'm not going to spend much time on it because I promise that I'll be very quick. So let us move to the next slide. All right, so some significant issues that were found. It's a little bit small, so I'll just quickly go through them. And this is in regards to now looking at the committee reports, because as I said before, we do go through the reports in details, right? So what we're seeing here is that there are some salary overpayments, material errors in the appropriation accounts, and payments to suppliers. I mean, we know that sometimes the paperwork is sort of slow, but what we must find is proper trail and proper approval. Good, and that's an area where we are really keen on looking at, because when external auditors or when other regulatory bodies come to the organization, then this is an area that they will zone in on. So what we see here is over 50 million was paid, and I took out the names of the entities deliberately. However, they know themselves. And the annual report, by the way, I must say that it will be published. So it will be basically information that you can access, you can download and access. So that is another thing to note. That is why it's important for us to get this report as well, because once persons or entities are seeing that, this report is being taken seriously, this is also a way of enforcing and pushing the entities to do better, right? Because no entity will want their their status published, and persons are aware that these are issues that they are not addressing. There are issues that they are not dealing with, and they're going to be called up for question. Even the head of the entity will be serious about addressing these issues. All right, so those are some of the issues we found. We also found some credit losses, impaired loans at some entities, over 21.4 million in uncollected amounts, recurring losses in non-collection of rental income at some entities and some agencies, and there were payments again to suppliers, breaches in terms of how the documentation was dealt with. So, committees, you have your work cut out for you. You do. And so, we are asking that you be vigilant and that you also really provide that support that is needed. You can't do it without you. All right? Good. I'm glad everyone is agreeing with me. All right, so moving ahead quickly. There are some commendations, of course, so it's not all bad. We have some reductions in payables and accruals. Significantly, we have seen where there's been some reduction, about 450, from 456 million to 75 million. That's a very big improvement, over 83% reduction. And that is really commendable, and so we like to see these things. And then because of that, the accounts have been certified for this entity, and they have been cleared up from 2015. You can imagine. That's a big, big, big achievement. And there has been some recovery of receivables at another entity here, and that is some of the improvements that have been happening. There are further improvements. We move to the next slide quickly, and we'll see them as we go along. All right? So, what are major challenges faced by the internal audit units? And we see that there is still the inability to complete the audit plans. So I want you to travel with me on this. The audit plan is very important, right? And so you have to monitor the progress of the audit plans. And I can't stress that enough, because this is where you can say the IAU is effective, right? And it is something that is really measured and really focused on. Because think about it, if every year the internal audit unit says we are going to do X, we are going to do 10 audits, and they only do 2, what is that saying? All right. 3 audits. All right. We'll continue. I won't stress too much on it. All right. So, monitor the audit plans, right? And pay particular attention to the increased pre-audits, because that is a challenge, an area of struggle that a lot of the IAUs are dealing with. And I know that there are staffing issues, staffing shortages, as well as the quality of staff that you are working with. And we know that is something that is ongoing. However, you have to work and strategize how best you can achieve the targeted results. So you are there to provide that advice, provide that support, suggest ways and means how the unit can enhance effectiveness and efficiency. So, that's something that we are asking you to pay attention to. There are issues with the capacity, technical competencies, but I believe that was discussed earlier, and there are suggested ways, again, how you can, recommend actions and strategies to deal with these. So I won't stress on that much, but just asking the committees to pay attention to that for us, all right? Good. Next slide, please. All right, so from the reports, we have seen that there are some staffing issues. We won't touch on that much. However, we have seen a 24% improvement, which is good, from last year recorded amount of 67%. So now it has fallen, that 67% has fallen to 43% that there is inadequate staff. So this is telling us that there is some improvement So there has been some, some hiring, and things are looking up. That's something to, really give thanks for. So we are seeing a positive movement in this area. For the teammate software implementation, we are at a 90% progress where this is concerned. And the last time I checked, only 7 entities actually are not using Teammate. Now, for persons probably not aware, Teammate is a software that the auditors utilize to prepare their plans, to do risk assessments, and to do their reports. It is also a way to properly track and monitor the progress of audit assignments from start to finish. And it will give, better control, better time management, better scheduling, better planning, and overall better audits. So we're happy that that's where we are. Next slide, please. We're very happy. For the financial statements review, we are not so happy with this. There are some improvements, there are progress, I must say, but we are still seeing where, there are entities up to 9 years in arrears with financial statements. And so, audit committees, please, work with us on this one. We need to get all entities up to date where the financial statements are concerned. So we are, again, asking for your support in this area and asking you to check. I've gone through all reports that were submitted, and quite a number of persons or committees did not report properly on the financial statements. However, I won't spend much time again. I will have another meeting with you that we can look at, especially appropriation accounts. So this is something that we are currently planning. So, you'll be given further information on this. All right? Good. All right, pre-audit activities. Now, this is a very long-standing and very troubling area. And I know a number of entities are affected by this. However, there has been some improvement. There has been positive progress. And there are 3 entities which have reported improvement in this over the last financial year. Now, I particularly name these 3 entities because I'm happy to note that even in regards to entities that were not able to complete their plans and not able to complete even 50% of their audits, are now above and much above. Commendation to Ministry of Finance, special commendations to Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, because they completed at 97% of their plan. And that's, for numbers, to put numbers to it, 30 out of 31 audits were done. That deserves a, definitely. So, MAFM, big up. Very good. Continue the work. There's some work to be done, and NWA, of course, has improved. So that's another, another commendation for that. And we are looking forward to greater things. All right. So there's also improvement in the management responsiveness, and this is a key area. And I just want to say that overall now, I'm not talking individually, overall, we have seen a 52% for this year, which is the highest in the last 3 years. That's why the stats is there. It was 20% in 2021-22, 45% in 22-23, and 52% this year. So this is looking good. This is looking as we are now working, right? So keep it up, committees, and I believe this deserves a wow moment. Can you go to the next slide? This is a wow moment. This is a wow moment, right? Good work. I'm not hearing so clearly. I think we could just end the presentation here, really. And next slide, please. So I'm almost at the end of this presentation. So, all right. So just to look at the committee's performance, and just to bear in mind, recall that the ACPE is now being used to assess your performance, committee members. So bear this in mind. That means I would say to you, you have developed an action plan with the areas that were not met in the ACPE tool, which is Audit Committee Performance Evaluation Tool. It's a set of questionnaires that are completed, and it basically is divided into about 6 quadrants and specifically asks if you have been achieving certain things. Now, since you developed the action plan, do not wait until the end of the financial year to say, oh, did we meet this? Look back at your action plan and start working on that. That's how we decide on the top committees, the top 3 committees for the year, and that's what you will hear now. I'm going to announce the top 3 committees in another minute or 2, and so you have to focus on improving in this area. So give us the trouble of trying to find prizes for everybody. I'll take that trouble. All right? So moving to the next slide quickly. It's just a little view of what the results are. Not so clear. We'll have to change this blue, but pretty much what we're seeing is they are graded on 4. There are 4 marks. Excellent, meet expectations, need improvement, or unacceptable. And the areas in the quadrant, I should state those quickly, are oversight of external audit issues, oversight of financial reporting and ERM, meeting and communication, committee management, composition, and quality. Right? So these are the key areas that you're tested on. And what we found, can go to the next slide, because, just to summarize, as I'm going to close. What we found is that overall, there was some improvement in the composition and quality, meeting and communication, and external oversight. Those are 3 areas. But there are areas which are in need of improvement, such as meeting and communication. Evaluation and communication with the internal auditors, oversight of financial reporting. Those are some key areas, and I think we stated those earlier, that those are in need of improvement. There are some issues we note where there are delays and late or non-submission of financials, which some of the audit committees have reported that they have not been receiving the financials. Now, that's something that you'll have to engage with the financial PFO, the principal financial officer, or the head of the accounting department, and also if it need to go higher, to speak to the head of the entity to find out what the real issue is, then I implore you to do that. But don't just say we're not getting it, and we didn't get it. Please do make some effort. All right? Asking you to do that. Because we need for you to report on the status of the financials. Remember, that's part of your core responsibility as well. And that was emphasized earlier. So we won't emphasize that too much. So please bear in mind that as well. And so there's also something that was reported about limited access to the head of the entity. I mean, we know that persons are busy, but see how best you can arrange, see how best you can reach out and arrange a time. If you didn't get to meet, let me tell you something. I have gone through what you have gone through. I have had to arrange one meeting, rearrange, whatever you want to call it, probably 5 times or more. I'm serious. But at the end of the day, I got it done. We got the meeting done. So you have to be a little bit more persistent, all right? Don't just say, okay, we weren't able to meet and call it a day. Please, moving quickly. Next slide. All right, next slide. We'll just move past that because the important, next slide, we can skip that as well. Next slide. All right, so stop, just go back to the one before. Thank you. Core functions not being performed consistently. And just to bear in mind, a reminder, revision of the financial statements and the risk management program, updating and submission of the committee's charter for our approval, remember, for IAD's approval. Let me stress that again. Everybody around the back, are you hearing me? The charter should be approved by IAD, not the head of your entity, not the PFO, not the Prime Minister, not the Governor General, the IAD. All right? Okay? You can't say it in here. Online, the IAD should submit you should submit your charter to the IAD for approval. Why did Damon ask this question today? All right, so we'll have to speak about that one. But all right, so in a summary, Damon, the public bodies are really monitored. They're monitored by Ministry of Finance, but not core monitored by IAD, right? We will provide advice, guidance, support where we can, but we are not really the persons who approve that charter. You are governed, that's the right word, by a board of directors. And so the board of directors will do that approval. Fair enough? Okay. So you're guided by a board. All right? Good. The board has a certain autonomy. The board has a certain, to make decisions and to guide the company in a certain way. So they can do all that. They can approve that. All right? So this is really for core central government. All right? But again, we'll assist where we can. We'll provide that advice, that assistance. All right, so monitoring the risk management policies and practices, monitoring of accounting policies and principles, and the implementation of the ISO ARS. That's the implementation status of audit recommendations. I hope I got that correct. Very importantly, audit committees, and I will stress this point, follow up on the implementation of the audit recommendations. I am not getting those updates in my report. Even I don't need a 10-pager, right? But at least give me something. Give me a summary so I can work with that summary, all right? I like to have details or facts, I shouldn't say details. I like to have good information, quantified information. You can give me tables, charts, pretty it up now. Let me say, wow. You remember that wow moment? Let me say, wow. All right? All right, work with me. All right, so we're concluding now, and I'm going to announce the committees. So the challenge, we're saying here, the challenges faced by the auditors are largely recurring, right? We know that. And, but, there's definitely room for improvement, and we can do a little bit more. We know that you have your work, you have your professional jobs, businesses, etc. It's a little demanding, and sometimes it gets even a little bit daunting on you. But see if you can push a little bit more and assist in making some difference, making some improvements. If you look at what we have been saying, we have been seeing improvements, right? That is not without work. That's not without effort. So it really takes, a team. Teamwork makes the dream work, right? So pull together, continue the good work. Let us see more improvement, more, things. Let us have the entities being more commendations and not, being negatively impacted, negative reputation, all right? And so I'm going to announce right now the top 3 committees. So you can just click on the last slide. It's awards time. Is there a drum roll? Oh, yes. Great. Great. And so the third place top performing committee. And I'm just going to call out the names of the persons for the third place. It's Company Office of Jamaica. Give them a round of applause. COJ. Ms. Shawnee Bryan is the chairman, very ardent, and very, very dedicated person. And I'm happy to announce the third place, and I see the company's office continuing the good work that they have started. So Ms. Shawnee Bryan, Paul Hyman, Anne-Marie Cummins, Kadian Facey, Kerry Davis, Janet Cunningham, and Dwayne Stevens. Those are the persons today. Another round of applause. Very good job. Very good job. Yes, of course. Is Miss Bryan here? Yes, of course. Miss Bryan, you don't want the award? I'll take it. Wouldn't that be nice? Come. Yes, we could. JIS photo. Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It's Cunningham. You didn't want the award? Or you didn't expect to get the award? We don't normally spill the bag until late, That's why you must come, because we don't tell you before. So we want you to come, and then you get the award, right? It's a surprise. It's another wow moment. Okay. Thank you very much, COJ. Congrats again. And second place award goes to the National Works Agency. This is and let me just state that this was a very, very, very tight battle between first place and second place. Very tight. It was like, I hear a little here strong. That's how tight it was. I must tell you that. It has never been this close. So it's Kerry Ann Lewis Jackson, Mr. Glenville Henry. Mr. Henry, I know I saw you earlier. Oh, good. Georgia Silvera Finnekin, Patrina Messam, who is, I think she is, Patrina Messam was also during that financial year, the last financial year. Yvette Castell, Mrs. Anika Smith-Green, and Miggy Lee Salas. Again for NAA. This is a consistent, very consistent committee. And I also want to encourage you to continue the good work. Continue the good work that you are doing. It's very good NAA. Very consistent. And by the way, this year we have decided not to do the medals as we normally do, but there are gifts this year. So, we are changing it. We are changing up the thing, We are spicing up the thing, spicing it up. So you won't get bored and you won't just say, oh, I won't get the same old medal I got last year. So I'm not even bother going to collect it from them. Let them keep it. I know you're saying that, right? So you can't say that this year. You can't say that this year. We're surprised this year. Very good. Very good NAA. All right, so first place award goes to Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining Audit Committee. Whoa. Big round of applause. Whoa. And this is Miss Beverly Wright is the chairman. Lolita Young, Lita Geddes, Keith Byfield, Peter Brown. We are giving award to Peter Brown. You would have been on the committee during the 2023-24 financial year. So Peter Brown and Paulette Lyons Dodd. Congratulations is in order. Very good, very good. And I must state that MAFM has really put some good work this year, the last financial year. They have really put out some good work. And so, and again, it was very close, very close. But someone has to be first. Congrats again. That concludes my presentation. I won't be much more. I'm out. And thank you very much for staying tuned and enjoy the rest of the conference. All right? So don't forget the thoughts I shared. And I'm looking forward to see more persons, more committees coming up. Give us the trouble to find prizes. All right? Have a good one.
Thanks, Mr. Thomas, for that comprehensive performance overview of the audit committees. Congratulations to all the winners. Can we give some cheers and applause for them? Keep up the good work. Continue being the standard bearers. And for us all, the other audit committees, continue to build your capacities and strengthen your areas for improvement, right? Okay, so I did say that there are some questions in the chat, but I have 3 additional prizes that I want to give away at this point, right? So the person who is able to tell me 3 attributes of extraordinary audit committee members. Let me see how well you know your stuff, you know your information. Well, oh, where's my mic? My roving mic. Right over here at the front. So it's 3 attributes of extraordinary audit committee members. Oh, yes, that's from the kid. Go ahead.
Professionally skeptical, courageously independent, and deeply experienced.
Is she correct? And we have ourselves a winner. Put your hands together for her. Come and collect your prize. Okay, so moving right along in the interest of time, the next person who is able to name 2 points mentioned for ensuring audit committees' independence. 2 points mentioned for ensuring audit committees' independence. Any takers? Okay, at the back there. She's ready, rearing and ready, and with her answers. 2 points mentioned for ensuring audit committees' independence.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. Regular and open communication. Clear rules and responsibilities need to be established.
I'm checking with my judge. Is she correct? She is correct. And we have ourselves another winner. Run, come and take your prize. Okay, and our final question. Challenges, name 2. 2 challenges facing audit committees. All right, this table again. Right up front here. It's not the same person. The bright sparks are sitting at the front, so.
Yes, so one of the challenges is identifying emerging risks. And then another challenge is maintaining a continuous risk focus.
Yes, and you are correct. So can you just come up right ahead and just take your prize as well? So I see that we have all learned something from our conference today and some very key takeaways. So put your hands together again for the winners. And at this time, I'm going to be introducing our final presenter for this afternoon. But just before I do so, can you just confirm that you have seen this sheet of paper somewhere in your space? Yes. So the conference committee wants to hear from you. They want your feedback. They want to be able to plan for you bigger and better for the next staging. So please ensure you scan the code and complete the evaluation form. So at this time, our final presenter, Mr. David Mullings, he will be presenting From Oversight to Insight, Inspiring Confidence in the Audit Committee. Mr. David Mullings is the chairman and CEO of Blue Maho Holdings Incorporated, a Miami-based impact investment firm focused primarily on the Caribbean. He is the recipient of the distinguished 2021 American Foundation of the University of the West Indies Chancellor's Award for Business Excellence, a vice president of the Alumni Board of Directors for his alma mater, the University of Miami, serves on the Board of Directors for the Institute of Caribbean Studies in Washington, D.C. He is former chairman of the advisory board for the Development Bank of Jamaica's Mentorship, Innovation, and Entrepreneurship Program. He is the current chairman of the advisory board of the Young Entrepreneurs Association in Jamaica, an advisory board member for both the Latin America and Caribbean Initiative Advisory Board at the University of Miami Herbert Business School, Caribbean School of Data at the Mona School of Business and Management, and the University of the West Indies and Kingston Creative. Mr. Mullings has positioned himself and his companies to be a catalyst that can revolutionize business, not just in the United States, but also in Jamaica, the Caribbean, and the African diaspora. Along with innovative business practices and approaches, Mr. Mullings prioritizes educating people on how to triple bottom line investing, works to generate profits while benefiting people and being planet positive. Please receive Mr. David Mullings at this time.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know that you should be able to see me now, and everybody is hearing me with no problem. I just want to double check that quickly. All right, wow, I can hear you guys. I love that. I love the energy, and I know that thankfully I am not the person that is keeping you away from food because you already ate. Before we get into my presentation, though, I really wanted to do something because the gentleman who presented before me put up a picture talking about wow moment. So just out of respect, I have to do my wow moment quickly. So we have to just put that in there. You know, we won't have to wait 30 plus years to get our next championship. But it is important, in my opinion, that we do things like this, though. You want to understand where you have areas of common interest when you're working with someone. So you're an member of an audit committee, for example, or you're working with the audit committee. We tend to have some issues. You might be butting heads. I heard you guys talking about trying to reach the person that's in charge, and you might not get that meeting. And I think that a lot of us forget that we're all humans, and so we can look for areas of common interest, and it makes it more likely for us to get that meeting or to connect with the person. We're not just drones and worker bees in a ministry or a public body. We are humans. We do things outside of work. We should bring our whole self to work. And you never know how that is going to help you, but there's nothing wrong with being a full person. I think that, yes, you should be professional, but at the same time, you need to be personal. So be professional while being personal. In terms of this topic, from oversight to insight, I was very surprised to be asked to speak at a distinguished gathering like this, to be honest. I have never personally served on an audit committee. I have audit committees that have had to deal with me, and I've had to deal with auditors themselves. So I understand the importance of internal audit teams as well as external auditors, especially running an investment firm that's going public on the NASDAQ in Q1 2025. Audits are going to be very, very important. But there must be a reason that I was asked to be here, and I want to speak to what you do and how important it is from the standpoint of economic growth and where Jamaica can go. I don't know if anybody before me has spoken about it in this sense, but you are not just some tiny cog in a big machine. You are an important cog in this machine. And I hope that you understand the value that you bring. As somebody who is Jamaican but lives abroad, yes, I come home a lot. I'm home 1 week every month and doing business in Jamaica. It is important to understand how the diaspora sees the importance of audits. We care about when things are not being audited. There's a perception about Jamaica, about the Caribbean in general, that we move slow with everything. We don't move at boat speed, as the current Prime Minister has said. There is this impression that we're very laid back. I just saw it go, man, we're good. Well, there's a time and place for that. It's not when it comes to audits. It is not when it comes to money, and certainly not managing the public purse. We, all of us here, can do something about changing the perception of Jamaica and the broader Caribbean as the is so it go and lackadaisical approach to what we're doing. I saw some numbers saying that some 50% in terms of reporting going up from 20% and going forward. And you deserve to applaud yourself for that. You should give yourself a pat on the back. My challenge then is, how do we increase that even further? We don't want to be happy with that. I would say to you, number one is that you should be allergic to average. I'm going to repeat that. Be allergic to average. So that's number one. There's nothing wrong with being average, but you're not going to get very far in life if you're going to focus on being average. All of us want to be winners. Some of us want to be invincibles, in fact. Well, you look at who has done it before you, how well they have done, and what can you learn from them, right? Identify a role model, get the recipe, don't change the recipe. You look at the 90+% of audit committees that have submitted their reports. What did they do? What could you learn from them? And that is something that allows you to focus on continuous improvement. So that's number two. You want to focus on continuous improvement. There's actually a Japanese word for that. It's called Kaizen. And it's roughly, it's something that has been taken up by Toyota. There's a case study from Harvard Business Review called the Toyota Way. And they talk about Kaizen, continuous improvement. It's not good enough to only get 90%. How do we get to 95%? And then 99%, and then 99.9%. Every single person here is capable. Not everyone in here has the resources. And so that's number three. Don't be afraid to ask for the resources. I am sure that there are people in this room, they're not going to say it publicly, but in their head they're saying, yeah, man, you feel that you've been given basket to carry water a few times, and somehow you found a way to carry that water. Well, guess what? You need to tell somebody that, hey, you're giving me a basket to carry water, here's what I need to do my job well. Here is your expectation of me, and I have the same expectation of myself. Most people do not have low expectations of themselves. I don't think anybody in this room or anybody online has low expectations of themselves. They all know that they can achieve some amazing things. But you need help. So since we went with the football analogy and we're talking about the Invincibles, right, that's the team I'm going to talk about. What mattered? We talk about teamwork. The previous speaker spoke about teamwork. You cannot take the ball from the half line and dribble it all the way to the goal and score by yourself. You're not going to win the game that way. You might get one goal. It won't happen again. And you can't do it every game after that. It requires a team, which means that there has to be a strategy. And that strategy also comes from a culture. Here's the culture of how our team is going to react when we have challenges. Here's how we react when somebody comes at us, when we face those hurdles. Here's how we are going to approach this part of the game versus this part. So the first month is different from the third month in our quarter. We know this. We need to make sure that we have strategy in place and then tactics in place to deal with the things that come. We've been through a pandemic, so at this point in time, most of us in this room know that as much as you can plan, boy, nature can throw some things at us. Just this past week, we had a tropical storm, Raphael, come to Jamaica and cause serious issues with flooding. Nobody had planned on that. We had a whole sequence of events that we probably wanted to do with our lives this week, and it was upended all of a sudden in less than 5 days. So we have to have a plan that we can revert to when things happen. We don't plan after it happened. We want to have contingency plans in place. But I know I'm preaching to the choir because you probably talk about risk more than me. You can teach me about mitigating risk or minimizing risk. We can't eliminate risk. But I would say that recognize the role that you play in building a better Jamaica and being an example to the rest of the Caribbean about what people can achieve when they have the right resources and when they put things in place. Right? So that is where I wanted to start thinking. Number one, obviously, I said be allergic to average, and I would hope that everybody in this room agrees with that. Be allergic to average. I said number two, obviously, is that we should focus on continuous improvement. We're talking about Kaizen. And number three, I have asked you very specifically to make sure that you focus on asking for the resources that you need. Be vocal about the resources. Don't just say, boy, I'm have to just take the basket and carry the water because that is what I was handed. There's nothing wrong with taking an entrepreneurial approach to what you're doing. We call it being an intrapreneur. We now live in a day and age where artificial intelligence and machine learning is available. Maybe there's a way to test it, and it could help you to overcome some of the issues that you might be have to address in what you're doing. Maybe there's some technology that can ensure that you can actually get some things done quicker. But we don't know if we don't test it. And sometimes it's not about going upstream to get permission. Sometimes you take a little data, run a test, and come back and show the person, hey, I tried this, here's what worked, and I think that we should consider doing it at a larger scale and see if this can help us solve this problem. The majority of people don't like taking on new things, right? This is the way it's been done for as long as I've been here, and I don't want to do nothing different. Somebody has to be entrepreneurial and just push the envelope just a little bit. We're not asking you to break any rules. We need to be very careful about that, right? You have specific rules, especially about data security and protection. And so it's important that we don't break those rules. But there has to be a way where you can test and then come across as being innovative. How can you help to make somebody's life easier, especially if it's your own life? So I think that is something that we should be more open to. In the Caribbean, I don't think that we try to be global leaders. I don't get the feeling or the sense that we want to be globally competitive. I could be wrong, and I want to be proven wrong, because we always talk about in Jamaica, right? We lick about with Talawa. Well, let's do that in every sphere of life. It shouldn't just be when it comes to winning the voice, for example. It shouldn't just be when you go and run 100 meter or 200 meter or the relays. We can be great at many things, and we have been great at many things. And when we go abroad, we're also great wherever we go. Every single country we go, every profession when you go into, somebody can tell you about a Jamaican that they know and how amazing that Jamaican is. And we should feel proud about that. How about we say that for every single Jamaican at home? You shouldn't have to leave home to decide to be great at what you do. Greatness is innate in Jamaicans. That's how I think of it. I would hope that all of you agree that being born in Jamaica, being raised in Jamaica, sets you up for greatness. You have to choose to be great, though, and you need help. You need a team that is going to support you, a team that is going to push you, a team that is going to hold you accountable. And you actually get to hold other people accountable. That's great. I think that's important. You get to hold other people accountable. But that means you need to hold yourself to account as well. What are the goals you are setting? What are the bars you are trying to jump over? What is the legacy you are going to leave within your department, within your institution, within your country? What is the legacy that you want to leave? Are you going to go home after you're retired and say, Here's what I did. Are there people who are going to say, here's how this person helped me. Here's how this person trained me. Here's how this person dealt with the mistake that I made. And instead of beating me over my head and making me feel small and insignificant, here's how they lift me up and help me correct the mistake and become a better person. That is what we need to be doing for each other. And I hope that I can get as much buy-in as possible in this room and those who are online. Because to me, it is important. You don't have to be put in a position of leadership to be a leader. I'm going to repeat that. You don't have to be put in a position of leadership to be a leader. You can decide you want to be a leader. It can be a leader of one person. It's still a leader. What are you going to leave in that person today, next week, next year? Because you don't know how much time you really have. We have no idea how much time we have on this planet. So what are you doing every single day? You're going into work, are you vexed? You're cussing the people, or you saying, you know what, I might get this done, and by hook or crook, I'm going to make somebody smile today. I'm going to get this work done. Here's the bar that I'm holding myself to, and I'm going to meet that bar every single day. And if I'm not meeting the bar, who am I going to speak to help me meet the bar? I think that too many of us are focused on keeping up appearances rather than saying we need some help. Don't bother worry about keeping up appearances. Focus on getting the work done. We don't have to look good. Get it done. In getting it done, people will look at us good. But get it done. What we need to do, why we not get it done in time. All right. Who is the bottleneck? Okay, how we deal with the bottleneck? How do I win friends and influence people? This person's refusing to meet with me or make time. Why? Right? It don't make sense. Get upset. What could I be doing differently to get this person to engage with me, to understand the importance of engaging me, and why I can make them look good, why I can make their job easier? Right? That's how you need to approach it. And we can take that into other spheres of our lives as well. So that's what I want to leave with you today. I feel that it is crucial for us. The country is on a good trajectory when you look at the fiscal side of things. And in my opinion, we can change perception. This group of people in here directly can impact the perception of Jamaica to the rest of the world, which means more capital flowing into this country, more jobs being created, more opportunity, more income for everyone, which means we're going to have a better country. And you literally get to be at the center of that. You get to look at how our tax dollars are being used. And that is crucial to economic growth and development for this country. And so I would like to thank you for your time, and I'm going to open it up for anybody who wants to ask any questions. I love being available for questions. So let me give you the space to ask some questions before I sign off and allow you to leave the conference. I wish I could have been there in person, but the weather did not permit me to do that, and I need to go to my son's play tonight. So it will give me hard to go back and forth. But I want to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to what I consider an esteemed crowd, and I look forward to meeting some of you in person. Please, you see me on the road, you see me somewhere, just touch me and say, you know what, you spoke at this thing, and here's what I picked up from it. Feel free to talk to me. So open it up to questions.
The floor is open. Do we have any questions? No questions
Or
for Mr. Mullings? Going once? Twice? Okay. All right. So thank you so much. Oh, there's one right here at the front. Mr. Hall. We have one for you, Mr. Mullins. Don't go yet.
No problem.
Okay.
Thank you. From one David to another David, I'm David Hall. All right? You mentioned, I heard something about NASDAQ. And sounds as if you have great plans of going forward. Could you expand a little bit if you can? What's motivating you and where you are?
All right, well, I sincerely appreciate that question. I did not come here to talk about Blue Mohawk Capital, but you asked. So I will give you a quick update. It was in the papers recently. So we created an investment holding company here in the US to allow mainly the diaspora to invest back home. Jamaica, Barbados, Bahamas, and Guyana in particular, Jamaica being the majority of that portfolio. So we want to invest in real estate, private credit, private equity, and public equity. So build affordable housing, for example, is one option. So we got SEC qualification earlier this year in May. So we became the first US-based company to get SEC qualification to raise money from regular people, general investors, and invest back in the Caribbean. No one has ever gotten SEC qualification to go and take money from regular people and invest back to the Caribbean. So we got that in May. And we now engage an investment bank, and we announced it last week, to list on the NASDAQ next quarter. So we're looking by end of January 2025 to list the company on the NASDAQ. And we have an offering for 10 million US at $10 a share for the shares are going to be selling. And it allows us to become the first listed vehicle outside the Caribbean, allowing retail investors to invest back in the Caribbean. So you want to own a piece of Jamaica and you're outside, you don't need to go and try and open an account in Jamaica and then figure out what to buy. You just buy Blue Moho stock here on the NASDAQ and you get exposure to the Caribbean. And that allows us to build affordable houses in Jamaica, for example. And we're investing in companies, both private and public, and we're going to be providing some capital through some entities in Jamaica that are providing personal loans and business loans. So we're excited to bring what we call diaspora direct investment, not just foreign direct investment. And we can partner with government entities as well to provide capital where let's partner with them and we can refurbish something or build it and then lease it to the government. So the government doesn't have to go out and raise additional debt. We can do a diaspora bond that partners with the government, private sector-led initiative, and bring capital to the country and beyond.
Excellent. Congrats.
Thank you.
Keep risk and audit for right up front.
Oh, right. Oh, we have an entirely independent audit committee, and I keep learning even more how important the audit side is. It's fascinating, though, to talk with auditors and understand how different they are from me, who worked in private equity and hedge funds, in how we define risk. It is truly amazing to see how different they think about risk from us. But it's important, though, that we have independent auditors in what we do, and especially to engender trust. We're investing in an environment that Americans and US-based Caribbean people tend to think of as a low-trust environment. That's how they think of Jamaica and Barbados and so on. And we're trying to convince them that they should not have low trust in that environment. In fact, it should be higher trust. They just have not been paying attention, and so the perception is wrong. The reality is that we have groups like you guys who are providing the necessary audits on the public and the private side. So we should feel good about partnering with government, for example. We should feel good about doing deals where the government might be an off-taker. So we look forward to being able to engage some of you over the next few years.
That's wonderful news. So thank you again to Mr. David Mullins for your food for thought and nuggets of inspiration. Just to note some of the key takeaways from the presentation: be allergic to average, focus on continuous improvement, do not be afraid to ask for the resources you need. And finally, what are the goals that you're setting and what is the legacy that you are leaving for your successors? Can we just put our hands together again for Mr. Mullins? So we have come to the end of a wonderful day, and at this time, to bring closing remarks and to give the vote of thanks, I invite Miss Tishawa, I hope I got the pronunciation correct, Tishawa Pitter, and she is Audit Coordinator for Quality Assurance. Please receive her.
Thank you. Well, we're at that point at the end of the day where everybody's raring to go, so I'm going to try and make this quick. I usually give a few takeaways, but I think that has been covered, so can just move right along. So as the conference comes to an end, let's just take a moment to acknowledge how awesome the conference was today. Let's hear it for the conference. So in a rapidly changing world, the organizers have managed to ensure that the conference gets better and better each day. they have identified that it's crucial to keep abreast and provide the main highlights of what is happening globally. By summarizing the conference, basically, and the key takeaways, I would just like to give a thank you to all the speakers who had made it possible today. We would first like to thank the Honorable Favour Williams, our esteemed Minister of Finance, for taking the time out of her busy schedule to impart her knowledge and guidance on the renewed Audit Committee role in the GOG Financial Management Framework. She reiterated the need for the audit committees to have an unwavering focus on ensuring accountability and effective service delivery within organizations. She also emphasized the importance of sustained and collaborative, that word has been said a lot today, collaborative efforts from all stakeholders. With her responsibility for the GOJ Financial Management Framework, Minister Williams highlighted the importance of the Audit Committee role and highlighted too that we are collectively guardians of public trust and that the self-satisfaction that your involvement should bring should encourage you to continue on this path. We therefore thank her for her guidance and support in this endeavor. Secondly, we'd like to thank the Honorable Audrey Sewell, Cabinet Secretary, who could not be here with us today, but ensured that her support for the Audit Committee's role and commitment was felt through her representative, Permanent Secretary, Mr. Wayne Robertson, who re-emphasized the importance of building resilience in the face of challenges. He also emphasized that the Permanent Secretary Board acknowledges that collaborative effort that is needed. It is needed to prioritize accountability and continuous improvement. The notion is therefore that the permanent secretaries are encouraging a collaborative relationship with the audit committees. Wink, wink, so they're very open right now. Thank you, Mr. Robertson, for your message. A very special thank you to the Financial Secretary at the Ministry of Finance, Ms. Darlene Morrison, who participated in our conference. Now let us take a moment to acknowledge and appreciate the hardworking Ms. Suzette Campbell. She's not in here, but let us take a moment, yes. Give her an applause. Let's recognize and thank her for her efforts in creating a platform that fosters knowledge, knowledge exchange, knowledge sharing, and it supports continuous advancement. This conference, it really does support continuous advancement and improvement in knowledge. And so the significance of the research that was shared here today on all fronts is priceless, and the collective experience is, it cannot be explained. So let's give Ms. Campbell a big thank you for her innovative leadership and dedication in executing. Of course, this is also an opportune time to thank the organizers, the remaining members of the Internal Audit Directorate, the architects behind the scenes who worked tireless to make this conference a reality. Thank you to Mr. Bancroft Thomas, master chef, for this detailed, this conference that has been so impactful today. Also, his detailed overview of the Audit Committee's performance. Let us thank Mr. Bancroft Thomas. His fellow organizers, Mrs. Michelle Miller, Mr. Dennis Gray, Julius Henriquez, and Marie Manott. We thank them also for working tirelessly and sharing their expertise and making sure that today went off without a hitch. Thank you very much. Of course, we want to thank our support team, JIS, our camera crew, Crystal Care, the public right, so we're just thanking all our support staff, support team, right. It's a lot of them, and I know everybody's ready and ready to go. And most importantly, last year I said lastly, and I was bashed for it by you all. So most importantly, want to express gratitude to the attendees, yourselves. Not lastly, most importantly. So we want to express gratitude for your continuous participation in this annual event. Your participation is invaluable. Of course, your presence and engagement plays a pivotal role in the success of the conference. Thank you for your thought-provoking questions and your valuable discussions. We appreciate them very much. So as we close, as the conference draws to a close, it's important to note that there were collective themes today that were similar from all the presenters. All the presenters mentioned knowledge sharing. They mentioned collaborative efforts. They mentioned continuous engagement with your stakeholders. They mentioned rising expectations. They mentioned artificial intelligence, so using that to carry out your activities. And so I see where there are a lot of similarities. They spoke also about a greater focus on ethical culture, so ethical audits to be conducted within the entity. So those are all things that have been coming out through today. So as we leave the conference, let's think of it as a beginning. The real work starts now as we take what we have learned and the changes we have noted and applied in our respective fields. As we heard today, Mr. Richard Chambers said, we live in a state of perma-crisis, which means permanent crisis. Therefore, we will need collaborative efforts to be able to manage risks. So the big picture is there's a rising expectation of the audit committee role, and there has to be collaborative effort for you to be able to manage risk. So let's stay connected, pursue these conversations, and challenge yourself to take one thing that you have learned today and apply it to your work this week. So let's remain steadfast and committed in our role as trusted advisors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peter. And so we have come to the end of a wonderful day. And this has been the presentation of the GOJ Audit Committees Conference 2024. As we continue to navigate the future, continue to equip yourselves to be guardians of trust for tomorrow's world. God bless you and get home safely. Thank you.